I guess we're just gonna go live now. Let's see if YouTube actually works good here. And while this happens, is there a connection going on? I'm not sure. I'm not seeing any bitrate or chat rate or. It says excellent connection. 3,000 something kilobits being transmitted. Stream health is healthy. That's good to see. And I think everything else should be good. Yeah, it shows that we're live. Very cool. Very cool. I need to update my stream overlay to be super automny. But what's up, Kieran? Yeah, we're back. We're back, baby. We're back. We have returned. We're no longer in Puerto Rico. We're back to game deving, and hopefully we're gonna make some progress today. Hopefully, we're gonna be productive. I have some ideas about this. Oh, sorry. I have some ideas about this volumetric fog business that I mentioned earlier. I'm also trying to stream from YouTube directly instead of going through Restream.io. So let me know if this is terrible or if it's actually working pretty well. Yeah, let me know how we're doing there. Okay. Anywho. So I've been busy off stream, and I did one stream in Puerto Rico, doing some stuff, some cool stuff. This is fine. That's good to hear. Also, sorry for my little alert sound I have going on here. My Metal Gear Solid alert sound. Yeah, let's see how this goes. I'm using... Hopefully it's fine. Oh, whatever. We're going to do some work, and then if things aren't working well, I might switch to Restream or something. So individual Twitch and YouTube stream? No Twitch. I don't even want to do Twitch, if I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even want to do Twitch. High key, I don't like Twitch as a platform. So I'm just done. I said, you know what? I'm taking my business elsewhere. I don't like how you guys do things. Not that YouTube is that much significantly better, but I don't know. There's something, I don't know. I just sometimes you gotta say friendship with Twitch done. Ooh, okay. 1 second. So I started adding this whole volumetric light infrastructure without let me close out of this. Yeah, I started adding all this stuff here without actually putting any logic here. So let's do that real quick, and I'm gonna show off where we are currently. I'm gonna show off the work that we have currently. We fixed a lot of things since the last official proper stream in this location. So we have cone lights working good, and in the Discord I did the whole video demo showcasing the work we got done and how cool it is. 1 second, one segusi. And are we still having issues here? Why are we having issues? Why? Why is this the case? Why are you mad at me? If I disable this, will you be happy? No, you're not happy. Okay, 1 second. I must have done something critically wrong here to have resulted in this problem. So let me just simply... Hopefully it's just disabling the component that fixes it, and then I can show off cool stuff. But if not... Okay, let me see if it's something with shaders. I don't believe I modified anything here. Yeah, we're just using the simple CRT shader here. So that shouldn't have caused problems. I'm not sure why that would cause problems. Oh. I have, well, no, that still shouldn't, but okay, we're just gonna, I commented out the wrong one, so hopefully that was the issue, and life will be happy, good, and dandy once I return that. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll return to doing some stuff on Twitch, who knows. And maybe we'll do a stream back with vertical or horizontal form factor instead of this vertical one we have right now, but hey, and that seems to fix the issue. Sweet. So let's talk about the progress on the game. Can we talk about the progress on the game? I would love to talk about the progress on the game. Interesting. So we have to do some interesting scaling stuff here. So, where do we begin? Actually, one second. Let me just get a better resolution going on here because I'm not liking what I'm seeing here. Not liking it. Okay, here we go. Much better. So we have a couple things going for us that I think was pretty significant while I was on the flight and while just hanging out in Puerto Rico. So let's talk about it. So this is kind of recapping a lot of stuff we already did. So we have the dynamic light system going on here. So we have the ability to have light sources that are defined by 2 points. They work as intended. Very cool. We also have spotlights now. A very basic thing that Unity normally has, but now we have our own implementation of it, and with it a bunch of extra fun controls. If we're gonna go to this demo scene. Yeah, and then of course we have point lights working as they normally do. And another cool thing we worked on that the normal player probably will not notice, but makes my life a bit easier, is that you might not have realized that we've done this whole normal map thing. What's up, Marion Masson? What controls? We're using WASD and just arrow keys, but I have gamepad support. I can probably plug it in later and show it off. But yeah, you might have noticed that we have this cool effect where the edges of the character are like lit by whatever light sources are around. And I think we can showcase this off better here. Now to do this effect before, also what's up, Murillo? So to do this effect, we use something called normal maps in tangent with texture normal albedo maps. So if I were to pause right now and if I were to go into the scene, you'll still see this here. If I go into the player, one second, just give me a little second, guys. Don't mind me, I'm just orienting myself. And we go into the player sprite plane. Here we go. And if we look at the material properties, you'll see 2 textures here. One is the normal base albedo. She's lovely, beautiful. The other one is this thing called a normal map, which is basically just a pixel each pixel represents a vector using a color. Now this is fine for a number of different applications, but the issue here is that for every single normal texture I make, I have to also generate this normal map texture. And that's no bueno, especially for me, Mr. Solo Developer, for the most part. Actually, no, very much Solo Developer, what am I talking about? So I wrote a new surface shader. And you're going to see this cool thing. I'm going to remove this bad boy, and it should still work perfectly fine. And as you see in the scene, okay, never mind, it's being overwritten here. But we're not using this texture anymore. In fact, we're generating this data on the fly through the shader itself. So we did a whole script thing last time so that I no longer need those textures. And it makes my life very, very easy. And in fact, we can do even cooler things where before the normal maps, it was just defining like 1 or 2 pixels that are going to be subject to this lighting. But I can actually do some other cool things. I can actually make it be thicker, the outline or the rim lighting that we have going on here. So I go into, oh, I don't know, cozy sprite shader, and there should be a, let's see here, pixel width definition somewhere around here. If I can find her. Where art you? Where art thou? Yeah, pixel to UV coefficient. And then we have this variable called pixel width, which is yep. Yeah, here we go, pixel distance. So right now we're using a distance of 2 pixels, but we can make this be like 4 pixels. If I change that and we go back into the engine, you're gonna see that the outline is gonna be thicker. Look at that bad boy. Look how thick that rim light is. So now it's not just 1 pixel, it's like a bunch of different pixels. In fact, I almost kind of want to keep it like this a little bit. But you get the idea. So now, by having this programmed into the shader, I no longer have to make all these assets. The issue isn't memory at all, because these are small pixel assets. The real benefit here is that me as a developer or artist don't have to make a bunch of assets. I just have to use 1 asset and it does the rest. Well, that's cool. More control, less work. Exactly. Precisely. And then eventually I want to make it an option, because instead of having it just be defaultly calculated, I'm going to make this be either multi-computed or use a shader function. Yeah, like this multi-compute. I actually already had this. So I'm going to make it so you actually have the option. Someone can choose to either supply their own normal map to achieve this effect, or they can turn on this multi-compute or calculate UV on keyword, and it'll just use this calculation. I don't want to do it now. That's gonna be kind of a pain to do. I don't want to. I have to think about how I'm gonna restructure. It's not gonna be that crazy, but I just don't want to deal with it right now because it's doing my desired behavior. And for this game in particular, I don't really see a situation where I don't want to use it. So until that happens, we're gonna leave this as is. Maybe do it. Just make my dev kit a little bit stronger, but. We'll cross that bridge, or I guess we'll burn that bridge when we get there. That's the saying, right? That's that metaphor. Oh my goodness, you don't know how good it feels to be back in the land of Linux. It feels so good to be back here. So anyways, so yeah, a lot of work that's been done with implementing these new types of light sources that Unity, well, one that Unity supports and then one that Unity doesn't support, which allows us to do a lot more cool flexible things like this, or if we have, for example, maybe Windows app, we want to communicate some kind of lighting, we can do this. I don't know, it just gives a bunch of different options to have really cool, interesting lighting effects, which I think was kind of the main purpose of this whole adventure. And now we're at this interesting crossroads about implementing volumetric lighting. So as you can see, there's this cone light here, but you don't really see the shape of the cone. Whereas if you're in an environment that's very foggy, there'd be particles in the air that actually indicate, hey, you're actually hitting something here. There's gonna be something visible there. So I think a common example or term you usually see for this kind of thing is called God rays, where you see this kind of like interaction of light with the particles in the air. Volumetric fog is another more precise terminology here. So I kind of want to try implementing something like this. What's up, Pixel one top of me? Welcome to the stream. Hope you get yourself cozy. We're gonna be trying to do some coding. I need to change the theme here to be more autumny looking. But yeah, So that's the next thing, because I saw these cone lights and they look cool and they're fine and adequate, but it would be really cool to actually see the cone shape be emitted here. And likewise for these other types of light sources, it'd be kind of cool to see that. So this is one of those features that, like, there's features that are, there's like two buckets I have in my mind when it comes to this kind of stuff. There's oopsie. 1 second. I would like to continue. Oh my goodness. Capital E, yes, I have to scroll down to confirm that I want to do this stuff. So there's like a bunch of buckets. There's like two really important buckets when it comes to deciding what you want to work on. There's the actually important stuff for the game. And this would be things like, oh, I don't know, mechanics, game systems, save data, stuff like that. Things that actually have like real tangible effects on how much the player enjoys the game. And then there's just the dumb but fun things that are not really critical at all. And this would be in this category. This would be the volumetric fog thing. This would be the dumb but fun thing. Probably not going to have much consequence. You can get around. You can make volumetric or fake volumetric fog by just doing some 3D modeling and some things like that. But I want to be cool. And I don't know. This seems like a cool, interesting design space to occupy. Which is why I want to kind of tackle it. So, and this may not even be good. Like, I have an idea in my brain of how to make something good. Also, by the way, I forgot to post this in the Discord, so let me announce in the Discord that we're back, because I kind of forgot to do that. Probably should do that. And by the way, we have a Discord, guys, so if you want to see updates on the game, feel free to go there. Feel free to join me there. But yeah, let me 1 second. Let me just give me 1 second. Because as soon as I went there, I recalled. 1 second. Oh, I heard my voice. Gross. And then we're gonna start doing an evil Kadifel thing. I have. Yeah, we're gonna. Why not? It's been 2 weeks. I missed being here. It was a good time. So this is one of those things where we're gonna treat it like Evil Knievel. When you see Evil Knievel do a stunt, you're not you don't know if he's gonna succeed or not, right? He gets paid just for the attempt. And this is what it's going to be kind of like over here. We're going to just try attempting this thing, and we have no idea if this is going to succeed or not. We're just here for the attempt. We're here just to see how cool or terrible this is going to be and where we are in the midst of this. And then if things go bad, then I don't know, we can do some pixel arting. Or maybe implement some actual critical features like, oh, I don't know, what's a critical feature that's on the task log? I know some game systems I have to rewrite, like the ability system, or ability, I think, system. Yeah, there's like this whole thing we have to do. But like, that's not as interesting. So we're gonna deal with that, and then, yeah, we'll worry about the important stuff later. So I have an idea. Let's talk about the idea of how I want to try tackling this whole volumetric lighting thing, and to kind of understand it better, it might be worth going through some of my lighting code. This is not for you guys to get more informed. This is me helping myself out to remember what exactly are we even trying to do here. What are you even trying to do here? Because frankly, I don't even know how we're gonna go about this, but I have an idea. So we have this whole light model that we discussed here, right? And TLDR even though we have these different light sources, there's some basic assumptions you can make, right? And we have this function called light model, and no matter what kind of light sources, maybe I'm starting a little too into it. Let's just start very general, right? So the way rendering is working is that like you have these 3D objects in a scene somewhere. So you have like, I don't know, a triangle or something, or I don't know, a player around here or whatever. Maybe this is not the best medium to describe what I'm trying to do here. Maybe we need to go into Miro. Yeah, I think this is Miro time. Yes, Miro. No, no cookies. No, no, I don't want any of, I don't want this. Thanks, Miro. Thanks for docking me, dude. Or doxing. Oh well. And let's go to our board. Yeah. So there's like a couple ways to do this, right? So, oh my goodness, 10 days. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want this. You docking on stream, brother? Nah, I'm getting doxed on stream. By commercial. I need if someone please tell me of good open source free diagramming tools that are somewhat comparable to this. You have a scene. You have a scene, right? Can we all agree that when you're playing a game, there's a scene somewhere in 3D space? Is Spanish for look? Yeah, it is. Actually, I know Spanish, but I never connected that. For some reason, my brain went to mirror. Obsidian with Xcali Draw plugin. Ooh. Is Xcali Draw also? Alright, we're just going to start here. Okay. So you have a scene, and then you have game objects in there, right? You have a sphere, you might have a triangle, you have whatever this is, right? And then on the pixels that these objects are on, there's going to be a fragment, something called a fragment function that's called on each little pixel that's going to be appearing on screen, right? Or each, this is a really bad explanation of it. You can look up the pipeline and everything later on your own time. But we can just think about it like every single object that is on your screen, for every pixel that intersects it and that needs to be drawn, a fragment function is going to be called. That's how we're doing it. And in that fragment function is where the fragment function returns like the final color to draw to screen. You can kind of think about it that way. In the case of unlit objects, it does that. For us, we're doing some extra stuff. We have this whole function, this whole lighting model that we're implementing ourselves to take this base color of whatever the object it is. If it's a blue object, and then see, okay, is there a light shining on it? If there's light shining on it, we have to make it brighter. If the triangle is facing away from that light source, we don't even have it be subject to lighting. We use a shadow color instead, etc. See on your keyboard, just the vibe. You already know it, man. Draw Dodge Charger 1969. All right, here's your Dodge Charger. Okay, looks more like a broken hat or a spaceship. Oh wait, how could I forget the car? The wheels. There you go, Josiane. There's your car. Anyways, so we already have this whole pipeline. That's how we're doing the lighting in the game. So when we go in the game, we have this function that's iterating through all the different light sources in the game, and then saying, all right, we're gonna process this, etc., etc. So these pixels right there should be lit, and then if they're facing away from that light source, they shouldn't be lit. If they're like a certain type of percentage kind of facing it, but not, a certain dot product value like 0.5 or something, it's gonna be partially lit by the light source, but not fully lit. all that kind of stuff, right? Now, volumetric fog is going to be a little bit interesting, and the way I want to try approaching it is going to be kind of different, but it's still going to use that same function. So you have this idea where you might have, like, I don't know, an object surface, and then you might have a light source. Oh my goodness, Xcali draw, help me out here, brother. You might have a light source, and it's shooting this way, and if this pixel here or this surface is facing that, it should be lit, and if it's not facing it, it should not be lit and be in shadow. Well, for volumetric lighting, it's a little bit different, because there's no concept of surface normal. We're assuming that this volume of space should be lit. So what I am thinking is that we do a shader that operates after the final image of the entire screen has been rendered. And for every single pixel, we shoot little rays out into the world, a certain amount. Conceptually shoot rays. We're not actually shooting rays. We're going to be sampling points. So, like, let's say this is the camera right here, and it's viewing it like this. And let's say there's a light source, like a cone light, over here. And we're checking the path of this pixel. We can check like a certain increments. And you're like, all right, this place over here has no lighting. This place is within the light source, so we're gonna light it, and then not light, not light, not light. And then let's say that we hit this arbitrary limit. And we go, okay, so we have 3 points that are super lit. So we're gonna take the base color of the final output image. We're gonna boost it by this light color amount and by the number of elements that are there. And then we're gonna composite that, and then boom, easy. Make it have Guitar Hero mechanics and boiling hot. What do you mean boiling hot babies, dude? Are we talking like baby stew? What in the Grimm's fairy tales is that? That sounds like some kind of Grimm's fairy tale. Cool with Xcali Draw is you can set like a fill for every tool, even the pencil. So when you close a shape, it fills it. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Actually, that's pretty sick. That's actually pretty sick. Maybe I should get good at Xcali Draw and ditch Miro. Anyways, so what I'm thinking, I'm not gonna lie, brother. I kind of want to start with something a little lighter. And going to this low key, kind of want to do some either engine work or some writing an ASCII rendering pipeline thing that I have in mind. But it's okay. We're just gonna try. So what I'm thinking, to do what I want to do, we're gonna have this light model. We're gonna have to copy this function. It's gonna be almost the same, except we're not gonna take into account the normal of the surface. Do you have Home Lab? What's Home Lab? What is this concoction you've described to me? Yeah, we're gonna search it here. We're no more friends with Miro. Oh my goodness, you overridden that. Oh my goodness, Miro, you're killing me. I thought you had a dust vac on your keyboard. A dust vac? Oh, this? Yeah, brother. What can I say, man? The skin flakes. I type so fast. I create powder. Oh, and that's why you're asking. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure what to expect. What exactly is Home Lab on r/Reddit? It would match the merge. Okay, maybe this is just too general of a term. I know you get like this is a vibe and this is cool and everything, but have you considered that the superior keyboard, guys, the most superior keyboard you can ask for is this? Have you considered that this is actually peak? that the peak was actually in the past. Like people are like, oh, spring buckling keyboards. Or, oh, what kind of key switches do you have? How about no key switches? How about I have key rings? Look at this peak. Look at this. That's peak engineering. A rotary keyboard? Exactly. Look at that. Dude, anything above 5 words per minute was a mistake. How about 1 word per minute? How about that? This is what we needed. Look at that. Look at that enter key. Keyboards are a mistake, man. MX key rings. That's exactly what we need. What kind of MX rotary rings are you using, guys? What was it? There's a pimped out one. There's one that was super duper bad ass. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Because it's not just, they're not all blue. You can have it look any way you want to. It was for like 1 frame. They showed like a super souped up version of it. Let me find it. Yeah, look at that. That's pathetic. A pathetic keyboard. That's sad. 1 second. I need to find this now. I need to find this. How many days have I seen nah. Dash nah. You're not gonna get me with that. You're not gonna get me with that. It's like you run your own services. So like for example, Google Drive, instead of that, you run your own local. Oh, like an okay. But basic. Okay, that's what I want to get to. I want to get to that point eventually. I've been watching some Richard Stallman videos about free software and high key. He's radicalized me little by little. I'm like, I don't want to have Google's dirty hands all over my stuff. I don't want to be spied by the NSA. I don't want to have any of this. I just want to get my. Here we go. That's the tricked out one. That's the one I was looking for. Look at that. Wait. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Now that is peak performance. That is peak performance right there. My bad. Why is the enter key spinning? Because that's what you need, brother. That's what you need, man. Better question. How come your enter key isn't spinning? Let's start there. Why is your enter key not spinning? Like we went through this whole thing, this whole little rigmarole of key switches and all the kind of thing, typewriter inspired stuff, when really all we really needed was to look back at our ancestors. If AI generated a keyboard and then someone made it. You know what? The funny thing is, they actually, like, this is not a real product, but there's a GitHub page that shows you how to build it. And high key, if I could find someone on Etsy or eBay or something who would build it, I'd love to buy it and give it a try on stream. Imagine a stream just doing this, dude. Imagine a stream where we just go all out, man. I mean, I use a split key. That's my normal daily driver. Why not go full rotary, dude? Why not go full rotary? Where is it? I know they have the guide here. Yeah, here for the build guide. So if you guys have a 3D printer and, you know, aren't scared of a little embedded, you can make yours your own. They have a simple one, and then they have the complex one. Yeah, this is the complex one, and they have the simple one, this guy here. Owning every coding session is a ritual. Well, really, it's like you're playing DJ Hero all over again. I think that's a better analog. Okay. So we have all these functions. Playing FPS, oh my goodness, that'd be crazy. Is it even possible? Can you actually do that? Godzilla, you're mathematically wrong. Oh, brother, I've been no. The magic is that I'm mathematically so wrong, and yet somehow it still kind of works. That's the beauty of this. Okay, so you have our cone light process. We're gonna have to make duplicates of all these functions. That's what we're gonna have to do. We're just gonna have to do duplicates of all these functions, and we're just gonna have to live with this. I was probably gonna planning to make a separate cgen file to do this, but nah. Imagine walking forward. Yeah, like it wouldn't. Like here we have a concept of like holding a button down, so I can like press this and it just keeps going and going and going, right? But like with the rotary phone, is that not a thing? Like I'm gonna have to essentially keep going to go forward, because even here if I had to type, I can at least go fast. But here you have to go like, your character's probably moving. That would be crazy, man. Okay, I cloned this function and I don't even know where I would put it. Okay, here we go. Is there a duplicate somewhere here? Line light process, cone light process. Cone light process, here's the duplicate. Cone light process. Fog. We'll do that prepend. You make me want to figure out how to code on a Game Boy to spite you. Do it, dude. Do it. Do it. Become strong. Get gooder or good. Imagine you just show up to a LAN party with every PC used it. Yeah. I was like, imagine going on to a ranked match and being like, all right, guys, let's do some work today. Do it. Everything's a calculated thing, man. Which color do you think Godzilla? I'm sorry, brother. What is that question? What are these questions, guys? Man, I miss the idea of LAN parties. World normal. In this case, we just assume the world normal is... You know what? Do I even need to do a cone light process? Because I could just have the normals facing the light source. Like, I don't even... that's just what I just do, man. Sorry, guys. Let me move one step real quick. Yeah, exactly. Like, imagine playing, like, I don't know, the finals. Alright, guys. If we get this game, if we get this match, we get to qualify for gold or silver or whatever. All right, boys, let's get it. Do. What would be a plausible game you can actually use that with? Oh, I know, you could probably play Dwarf Fortress with that. I think that's plausible. I'm telling Mothra. Tell Mothra, I'm scared. Yeah, we're just gonna use this cone light process. I don't even know what I'm doing. I think the only thing I need to change here is the light model. Light model. Actually, where is... It has to be the bottom over here. Yeah, light process. There we go. This function... And even then, we can still use this function. We just have to change the world number. Brother! This is getting easier and easier. Okay. So that's one part of the... That's one half of the problem solved here. What's the other half we can do here? So we have this volumetric shader. And... we need to make this fog function, so we'll just do that. And here we're going to do all the magical calculations we need to do to make what we need to do. You dig? I think this is going to use the same V2F image. And then What do you need? Main color. Original color, that's a better way of describing it. What you make, we're doing some shaders, man. Doing some shaders. What distro do you use, by the way? I'm just using basic Ubuntu with some i3 and PyCom for the compositing. As for your question, Haya, let me show you. So even though we're using Unity, we have our own lighting pipeline implemented here, because of course, why not? Why not? And it works pretty good for what I want it to do, and it's a little jank, but we like a little jank. And now I want to start working on making volumetric lighting, and we're gonna try it out and see how it works. And if it works, awesome. If it doesn't, you know, we just rip the code out, just rip it out, and say, you know what, this sucked, but hey, we learned something from this, and call it a day. I may not call it a day. I'll probably work on something else. But yeah, that's kind of the gist. That's kind of the gist. We're gonna have some cool volumetric lighting, and that's part of it. So now we have an idea of how we're gonna sample space. The next thing we need to do is figure out the occlusion stuff, because we don't want to draw fog over a space where there's a surface in front of the camera, so you shouldn't really render it. That would be bad. So what I'm thinking about doing is using the depth buffer to do that. You use Unity? Yes, I am. This is some good old-fashioned Unity. I do have my own engine, but that's still a work in progress. I was thinking about working on it today, actually. I'm trying to figure out this stupid weird issue I'm having with trying to get. Because I was using Delta time, and that's fine, but I was like, you know what, I have my own engine. I can set specific frame rates, and I'd rather just kind of work on this at a fixed update level. And turns out doing that is easier said than done, because operating system concurrencies, oh yeah, I forgot, this is not going to run because the changes I have are from Windows, and the Windows version and our version isn't going to be very nice with each other, are ya? Yeah, you're not going to play nice, are ya? Is that enough for it to work? It's building. Hey, and it works. And yeah, because collision. Oh, we were working on collision, actually. We weren't working about dealing with the delta time thing. Oh my, do I just go ADHD here and just first of all, C-line I haven't configured to work well here. The UI is too chunky. It's way too chunky for what we needed to do. You ever tried Bevy? Nah. It looks cool, but nah, I haven't really given it a try. I know I had a little arc with Rust, but I've come to be like, nah, no more Rust for me. No more Rust for me. It's okay though. Yeah, well, let's first adjust the zoom a little bit. Hey, how old are you? I'm like, I mean, that's a very not strong question. But it's like, dang, dude, you want my credit card information too? You want my social security number? No, I'm 27. I'm 27. 27 right now. It took so long. Yeah, it took a fat minute. This is C++ though. In C-line. Honestly though, I kind of like, we're doing a Unity build. So that's actually part of the issue why it takes longer, is we're doing a Unity build. So it's like we don't do things. We recompile everything. Everything in all the code is one compilation unit. Okay, how old are you? That's the second time someone asked me. Why is that the starting point? You're freaking me out a little bit, man. Oh, then you think, but wiser than he knows. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm a figment. Also, I'm forgetting how I move things around in I'm forgetting stuff. One second. I feel old though, because I figured out I have 2 white hairs in my beard now. 2 white hairs in my beard. I can't believe it. Age is happening. It's caught up to me. 1 second, guys. I'm trying to figure out some stuff here. Okay. 1 second. Let me go to my i3 config. I prefer to use Raylib. Raylib is cool. I just don't like the way they structure, they handle shaders. But I understand why they do it the way they do it. The thing is, like, if I'm going through this trouble of making this engine, I want it to be exactly the way I imagine and want it to be. But honestly, I should probably do some more stuff with Raylib in general, just to play around with it more. Just get more familiarity. I've done very minor things, and that's about it. But honestly, in general, like, I just like doing things from scratch. I just enjoy it. Beyond just trying to mold things into my image, it's actually just, it's kind of cool just having a code base or that's just fully you, at very little dependencies, or if you can, no dependencies. What am I looking at here? I was looking for something. Right, I was looking for my bindings because I forgot how I move windows around. Okay, here we go. Mod shift. Oh, I am right. I am right. Well, it's not really relevant anymore, I don't think. And I closed C line down. Unless we do this again. Oh, it's covering the whole screen. Yeah, I don't know. It's cool doing little projects like that where you're just like, hey, everything is gonna be me. And it's good excuses to learn stuff too. I really want to try doing my own like implementations for like of like vector stuff, just so I can try doing some AVX instructions. Let's just try it out and see. Linux? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Doing some Linuxing. Big Linux boys over here. 1 second, let me keep modifying my UI a little bit because I want this bad boy to be compact like I have my Rider one compact. I'd like you to be a little bit chunkier, And then I know they have like a general thing here for making things smaller. Okay, I can't tell if I'm actually making things smaller or not. Arch, Ubuntu? Oh, just Ubuntu. Just good old Ubuntu. I want to do Arch. I want to play around with some more distros. I feel like I kind of committed too fast to Ubuntu, and it's fine for everything I want it to do, but I don't know. Maybe I should actually just go FreeBSD. Oh, here we go, compact mode. Maybe I should just go full in on that. Yeah, distro hopping. Yeah, the thing is, like, you get like a little FOMO, you know? You see things that are happening in other distros, you're like, man, I wonder how it'd feel like to do that. But at the same time, I'm like, as fun as it is to configure my Linux environment to be what I want it to be, I also kind of want to just get some work done. I just kind of want to do some things, you know? Like, at the end of the day, my operating system should be in service of me, and the way I have my stuff set up in Ubuntu is like, it already feels far more to my liking than anything I've done on like Windows or whatnot. To not switch it to Temple OS. Temple OS, dude. Terry had the right idea. 16-bit. That's all we need, baby. What was that video of that guy who was scamming scammers? And one way he did that was he like he would give them like the connection to the remote connection to his computer, but he had a virtual machine running a virtual machine of Holy See in it. And the scammer was in there, and he just started going crazy. And the top comments was like, Holy See, it was casting out the demons from like, that was actually kind of hilarious. Oh man, I want to use a VM. Yeah, I should actually do some more VM stuff. Use Hannah Montana Linux. That's the GOAT. That's where we need to go to. That's truly where we need to be at. I love that it's like I feel like the curve of usage for that OS was like a little blip when it came out, and then like eventually it started growing like crazy, surpassing its original use case. Just for the memes. Just for the memes, dude. Or Arch. What's Arch? Oh, is this for like for cat girls? Is this a cat girl down? Brother. So much, man. So much cat. Yo, what's up, ScriptBot? Looks like you're having fun. Of course I am. How can you not have fun, dude? Tried Void Linux? Nah, I never heard it. I never even tried. Oh, I've heard of Void Linux. I know nothing about it though. Wait, did I see a thing for education? Easy to use. NeoArch, Tor, and NeoArch Wizard are aimed to help you discover Linux applications. Okay. It's for like learning Linux. I thought I was like, this is for education. Oh yeah, dude. Bro, thank you, ScriptBot. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, there's a bunch of different distros that are kind of interesting. I'm like discovering like this whole world of distros. Like I just went Ubuntu. Ubuntu is like my starter place, my little gateway drug, and then I realized, oh, this is not that crazy to configure, and then it's like, oh my goodness, there's so many other cool things, and there's things about Ubuntu that even is not great, like the whole DX11 versus Wayland stuff, whatever. Some of the underlying stuff, and then there's things that are kind of weird, like the whole switch to what was it, Core Utils RS in October, which everyone's like, oh, that's a plant. That whole thing, I dubbed too. Subbed. Thank you, Gray. I appreciate it. It's made for a specific audience. Yeah, I see. They do it. System requirements, computer optional. Computer's optional. I rubbed. Rub some sauce in them wings. Yeah, there's like what? I know there's a popular one that's kind of that I know Mudahara talked about. I don't even watch Mudahara, but a video popped up today. And I was like, oh, it was Catchy OS, which apparently is good for gaming. I don't know. There's SteamOS. I have this great fancy laptop that's running Windows 11 right now. And I couldn't do anything about it because I went on vacation to Puerto Rico for 2 weeks. Today's my welcome back. I'm coming back. I'm back at home, baby. Back using Linux. And using Windows 11 for 2 weeks was very painful. Very painful for me. And now that I'm back, I'm like, all right, let's lobotomize you. You've been a good friend. I've set you up to work as good as you can be on Windows. But now it's lobotomy time. It's lobotomy time. So I'm thinking about different distros. Cool keyboard, thank you, Gray. Is it from 8-Bit Dude? Nah, it's from 1985, from IBM. Use Draugr OS. Okay, let's expand my knowledge. I've never heard of that distro. What am I gonna encounter? Yeah, it pops up. I'm not gonna lie, when I hear the word Draugr, I was thinking of like dead bodies. I think from Skyrim. So I was like, all right, hopefully when we go to Draugr OS, it doesn't redirect me to LiveLeak or something. Okay, let's see what this OS is about. Very clean. Is it using what? Is it using KD Plasma or something? Kate text editor. That looks cool. Oh, I was thinking about making my own text editor today too. That was another idea. Like alongside making my own like ASCII rendering pipeline, I was like, all right, what if we make my own text editor for simple, basic, dumb stuff? I'm just trying to think about what kind of cool, because I want to do an ASCII rendering pipeline that like still uses the idea of like a vertex and fragment stage, which is weird, and having like a fragment thing, but like also having this direct text overlay thing on top of it. So if I want to take an overlay text directly on it, and it would be like an ASCII engine, and I'd use that as like the kernel, maybe not the kernel, but like the inner shell for like whatever application I want to do. In this case, a text editor, or maybe my own dumb little UI for basic things I like doing on my terminal. Goals of Draugr. Okay, what's the goals here? What's the guiding light? Draugr OS is designed explicitly for gaming. Really? That being said, any sufficiently advanced user can easily use Draugr OS to do anything from streaming, video editing, and audio production to everyday use. But you may encounter issues in the process due to gaming-related optimizations. Huh. So yet another OS that's focused on gaming. Interesting. I wonder what the architectures are. Oh, I'm sorry. We're using filter by tag, command line, ISO, meta, security, programming, markdown, hardware. Hardware is what I'm looking for. Oh, no. Not P. There we go. What do we have here? Draugr OS on Steam Deck? I wonder, does it actually work better than Steam Deck for games? Now I'm kind of interested in this. Now you got me interested. Okay. This is on my radar now. Thank you, Gray. I appreciate that. I appreciate this. I'm going to peep it out a little bit. I'm going to peep it out. Oh, I was going into Google for a reason, wasn't I? I was going to do something. I forgot what it was. Oh, yeah, how to get a depth map in Unity. Yeah, so I think we have to do a couple different things. We have this whole thing. Garuda. Flatpak is annoying. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. So what is interesting about Garuda? I feel like Linux distros is kind of turning into this Pokemon thing. Gotta catch them all. The thing is, I have this flash drive that has, I forgot what it's called, but it's like one simple tool or application for having a bunch of different boot disks on there. So you can just plug it in, and then you can select what OS you'd want to boot in from there, and then use it. So like, for me, it feels like just having a Pokeball with all these different Pokemons. Just, I guess it's not even meant to be like that, because the Pokeball is supposed to be one Pokemon per ball, right? But we're out here committing human rights, or I guess animal rights violations, by shoving all these different Pokemon within one ball. That's what I'm doing with the distro, is just having this one key with all the different ones I'd want to have on there. So I know I have like KDE, Kubuntu on there. I have another one. I forgot what other ones. I have like Windows 11, Windows 10. I have, in case I need it for whatever reason. I have Ubuntu regular. I have Kubuntu. I have, I think Arch. I think I added. I don't know. There's one more other one I have on here. I think I downloaded. I don't know. Just build your own CPU architecture, motherboard, RAM, and storage I/O, and then build the BIOS from scratch and build operating systems in a program language from scratch. Yeah, just to do the Jonathan Blow thing. Except we're gonna be better than Jonathan Blow, because you know why? Because why manipulate because why manipulate this stuff using a keyboard interface? Why not just have a magnetized spoon and move each electron by hand on the memory and then compile that bad boy? Like, that's what a real programmer does, okay? That's what a real programmer does. Get punch cards out of here. We're not even doing those. We're not even doing that. Okay, what is... That's all you need, man. That's what a real man does. That's how you get chest hairs, man. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. React OS. That I found from that YouTube scammer. And I was like, okay. It kind of gave me a little, like, it triggered me a little bit because I heard React. And I was like, oh, React. Like the JavaScript framework. I was like, is there a when I heard React OS, I was like, is there an OS that's running a React to do all its UI? Are we turning, like, did someone say, yeah, let's do Windows 11. Let's just have React Native happen in the OS. That's how we're gonna do all this kind of, let's have JavaScript in the kernel. It scared me a little bit. It scared me. I'm not gonna lie. But I saw it. I was like, oh, it's meant to be kind of like Windowsy, very Windowsy. Okay. My sleep schedule is a little bad. It happens to the best of us. It's currently 10:29 right now. Not that bad. I remember the streams earlier before I went on vacation was like wild for me because I was going. Because I do this thing where I have my work, like I do my day job, I come home, I sleep, and then I wake up and I do my streaming game dev stuff here, right? And then I go back to sleep. And usually, like during that season, that little season before I went on vacation, I was like waking up at like, I don't know, maybe at 11 p.m. at a generous time. Or I would start streaming at like, I'd be up, I'd wake up like 11 and then start streaming like 11:30 or something. And the worst times I was like waking up at like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. and then starting streaming from there on. It was pretty wild, man. It was pretty wild time for me. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Well, before we even do this, commit to doing this graphic splits thing. We're also gonna do the whole require component of camera. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be ping-ponging between a couple of different... I'm gonna ping-pong between my personal game engine versus this Unity game project I have here. The thing I like about Fedora is that it looks like a jailbreaked iPhone. Does it really? Looks so retro nice. Thank you, Kenny. We like to go retro here. We said, hey, you know what? You ever heard of what was it, Diogenes is that his name? I don't know how you pronounce it. Yeah, this philosopher that told Alexander the Great, get out of your shadow's blocking the sun. Again, the man who lived in a barrel and just had a plate or a bowl because that's what he needed. And then one day he saw a kid get water from a pond and drink it. And he looked at his bowl. He was like, this bowl is a waste. I don't need a bowl. I can use my hands. And he threw it away. That's what this is. It was like, these modern displays have too much pixels. Get them out of here. All I need is my cathode ray tube. But you know what, guys? Why am I even using an IDE? Why am I using an IDE when we have good old-fashioned Vim? We have good old-fashioned Vim. What am I doing, guys? Why am I using a language server to check my syntax and compile tools and code analysis and all this kind of stuff when we can just do this. Look at that. That's all you need. This is all we need, guys. This is all that is needed. This is way too much for us, honestly. Honestly, I feel fat. I feel fat. In fact, why am I using Vim? Why not use Vi? Why are we using... What is going on here, man? Why are we doing this? What are we doing? Fat is what we are. Oh, what are you coding exactly? Okay, so there's like memes aside. We're coding. I guess I'm kind of swapping between two things. So, but the main thing we're working on is this game. Codename, maybe not codename, but it's called Messy Mansion. You Mac and Pizza? What question is that? Yeah, but we have this 2.5 pixel platformer, and we wrote our own little lighting pipeline because we were like, why use Unity's when we can have our own? And it was very cool. And we made a couple light sources that Unity doesn't have natively, like these line light sources, which is pretty sick. And the next thing I wanted to play around with is having volumetric lighting. We have fog, volumetric fog, that's a better way of describing it. We already have fog here, but I want to have this fog actually interact with the light sources and have an idea of how to do that. And one of the key things is dealing with occlusion, you know, making sure we're not overdrawing areas that shouldn't be like have fog. So like if we're, for example, have this surface real close to us, all the fog that's behind this surface blocking, you know, the view, we shouldn't draw the fog on top of that. And to deal with that, I'm thinking about using a depth map, and that's what we're doing. So we're not using a large arch. I'm a little baby boy. I'm using Ubuntu. It's okay though. It's okay. Don't gotta be elitist. Though at the same time, after watching, Richard Stallman had a little talk about what is free software and all this kind of stuff. And he's like, yeah, Ubuntu, it's actually spyware. And I was like, oh, perish the thought. I left Windows because I didn't like having my operating system spy on me. You're telling me Ubuntu does that? They send my queries to a server every time I search for an application? Perish the thought. And now we're here. And now we are here. So this is where we're at. So that's the one thing. The other project that I'm hopping between as well is this game engine project, which it's a Vim-based editor I'm making, where I can just like use my keyboard to manipulate and work with things. So I can place objects in the world like this, using only the keyboard, and I can navigate front of things, place them there, or maybe navigate behind. And it's kind of weird right now because I'm trying to do some force projection stuff for bigger backgrounds, like for example, okay, oopsie. But you get the idea. So yeah, we're trying to do a couple different things with this, and right now I kind of broke Collision somewhat recently for various reasons. And another issue I've been having is trying to get, because I have a few computers I run this on to test things out, and trying to get, making sure frames are consistent. And I implemented a delta time thing initially, but I actually wanted to move to using fixed updates so I can not have to use this delta time factor everywhere, and because I can do that. And I started running into issues with operating system scheduling and all this fun hoopla that I don't want to deal with. So, and weird operating system level inconsistencies where time calculation may not be as precise as I want it to be. So that's a whole other can of worms. But yeah, that's a whole thing. I'm sorry. Read chat. What's going on here? Yo, do you know what AI to use for coding? None. Let's say that. It's great. I mean, like, what's your goal in using AI? That's the first question here, right? Like, there's one extreme of I want to vibe code, dude. I just want to vibe and let the AI be both the writer, the compiler, and everything, man. That's like one extreme, and the other extreme is like, and maybe a middle extreme is, all right, I want to get good at programming, and you're going to use this AI to help me out and fix my problems, my immediate problems. Actually, that's like the lower case. The medium case is, hey, I'm coding and I'm encountering problems. I really don't want to think about it. Can I try using the AI? And then the next thing is probably more like education. Maybe it's not a spectrum. Maybe it's like different vectors within space. I don't know. There's probably a graph out there of like the way you're interacting with it that I can't think of right now or concoct. Anthropic Claude is amazing. Really, I love Claude. You know what? I have not tried Claude. I've tried things like Copilot and things of that nature, and the standard chat GPTs and whatever, but I don't know. I guess because also like the way I interact with it, because even though I do coding for my day job, I don't really have to use AI for much of that at all. I actually don't use it at all. I think for the most, like for code writing and doing stuff, I don't use it. Maybe for like review stuff potentially, but even then, or maybe, yeah, it's very minimal. And then for my personal stuff, like I kind of like getting stuck and going to these deep dives and understanding the issues I'm encountering deeper. And I know I can probably be like, all right, like even this fixed time situation, I could probably go to the AI and be like, hey, give me a solution for how to implement a fixed time update cycle for my game engine. Because it's probably a good case to try it out, because that's probably a very known problem space and domain, and that could very well work. However, by me diving deeper and going through the archives of Stack Overflow and all this kind of stuff, I start learning about, this is how operating systems do their scheduling. Oh, there's a reason we can't do these guarantees about sleep and why sleep behaves differently. And if you want to do some different types of sleeps, there's some actual underlying implementations per operating system. And it's like, oh my goodness, dude. Now I have this arcane knowledge that can kind of inform other things and how I work with. So it's pretty, at least for me in this scenario, especially because I do coding for the enjoyment of it, it's like perfectly, I prefer to avoid it when I can. Or actually I very much just avoid using AI whenever I can. I love running AI models locally for fun. Jeez. GG's GPU, man. I paid for the GPU. I'm going to use the GPU. Yup. 500 cigarettes. Yeah, I use CRT. That's insane. I love it. But why? Because why not, dude? Why not? Dude. If you need more than this, you don't deserve it. Man only ever needed 640 by 480. The fathers. The founding fathers of computing built GCC in a cave. The box of straps. Yeah, C++ for the win. Yep, C++ is sick, man. C++ is sick. Tyler B. Well, hopefully that means your intestines are functioning properly, man. What was I doing before I started doing it? But yeah, the thing I fear with the AI is just learned helplessness. You know? My GPU isn't even good also, so I can't run anything that good. That's all you need, brother. That's all you... Hey, man. Sometimes you just need one token per day. That's a good enough speed. Hey, it's Monday, and I type in a query. It is Monday. A week later, I got a sentence. That's peak performance right there. That's peak performance. That's all you need. What was I trying to do? Oh, I was trying to Google. I was trying to search things up. How to get... So we're going to start simple. We're going to just try rendering the depth buffer. In shader. Depth buffer properly. In HLSL. Cut the nerds like that. Okay. Okay, what do we got for me? What do you got for me? Skim in here. I'm just looking for the code snippets. Okay, we're gonna read this a little bit. So there's this depth, draw texture depth mode. Yeah, so you set the camera to generate this depth buffer. That's what I understand. Okay, and I think that's just the standard texture that exists. So I think I should be able to just define camera depth texture, sampler 2D camera depth texture, and I should be able to access that directly. I haven't done this in a long time, if I'm gonna be honest with you. So today's a learning adventure. We're learning. What are your specs? I have a GTX 750. Oh lord, CPU i5 4G. Oh my goodness, Pixel, what are you doing to what are you doing to your machine, man? Oh my goodness, this is fantastic. Honestly, that's all you need, man. This is a Diogenes moment, all right? Look at this. This is my, that's my CPU. This is my GPU right now. I don't need this. I don't need that much memory. I don't need these teraflops. Get this out of here. We gotta bring this back. This is too much. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I even doing? I'm not gonna lie though, guys. I'm kind of a simpleton when it comes to hardware. Kind of a simpleton when it comes to hardware. I'm not ashamed to admit it. It's true. I need to learn. I need a camera depth texture. Need to learn. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna return simply camera depth texture. 2D. This depth texture and the IUV coordinates, and that should be more than suitable. And ideally, if I do things right here, I should just have access to this. We should just like be rendering the depth texture over everything else, and that will be fine, and that'll be the desired behavior here. Babe, what? I don't know. Diogeta. Jita. New DBZ Fusion just dropped. Dio and Vegeta. That'll be a crazy matchup, actually. Are good, to be honest. Like, I don't know how people complain about their PC running slow when it's like a 4K PC. Yeah, that's kind of dumb, dude. What's your question, High Five? Wasn't 4K. No, I mean, you're talking about other people's PCs. Yeah, honestly, like I never really had issues, even with like my equipment. Like most games I want to run can run good. Honestly, I'm not even that big. Even though I do graphics coding, I'm actually not that picky when it comes to graphics. Like I play games and I don't really care. I think there's like this consumerism thing where like someone spends like $800, $1,000 on a GPU, and they're like, all right, I spent all this money. Let's this better. They want to see that value represented in the game, right? So like they pick the game visuals apart to try to see where their money went. But when you don't do that and you're just like rocking whatever, I'm like, all right, get a 5060, bro. Yeah, that's the thing. I went from a 2060 and my 2060 was working perfectly fine, and I went to a 5060 and I was like, all of a sudden I was like caring about graphic settings and all this kind of stuff instead of just like playing the damn game. Like, just enjoy the dang thing, man. Okay, so we have this. And honestly, I don't think this needs any parameters. I don't know, if it needs parameters, we'll worry about that later. Can I just construct a new material and then content? Can I not just provide the shader name? Oh, I have to do... There's gotta be a way to get shader. That's for global stuff. Hello, man. What's up, Snatcher? Those emojis? Why not? I want to be vegan, but I'm okay. And in a relationship, what do I... I'm sorry, what is this question you just asked me? Like, these things don't... Vegan, gay, relate... Like, that... I don't see the connection here. I don't really see the connection here. Yeah, I'm still trying to connect the dots, man. I'm taking the emojis, though. I'm sorry, what, Saren? Yeah, the crowd is kind of... This has been kind of a wild night, brother. First was Godzilla, and now, like... I'm just a guy. I'm just coding, dude. I'm just doing some work, man. I'm just a guy. I tried his best, man. Okay, what do you need? Can I just operate with the shader name, or... Okay, I think at this point it's gonna be easier for me just to actually make a material instance and pass it in here. So we're just gonna do that. Sup, buddy? What are you working on? I'm working on some graphic stuff right now. We're gonna be doing some volumetric fog. If things go well, if not, we're gonna make a pile of bad code, and I'm gonna have to break it and throw it away, and then we're just gonna go. What we're gonna do is just work on the game engine project, or maybe the ASCII engine. I don't know. Something radically different. But yeah, this is the game we're working on. It's a cool little 2.5D, dude. And at some point, I'll get back to actually making proper elements of the game. But right now, we're just having fun. It's a weird thing, right? Like, it's so fun doing R&D, just playing around with different stuff, trying to implement things that most players are probably not going to appreciate or care about. But I care about, and I appreciate, and I think is interesting technically. So this is one of those things. We're going to try doing some basic volumetric fog. And if it doesn't work out, oh well. And if it does, booyah. It's cool. Now the game's going to look like 5% better for players. Like there's that build of Portal 2 where they enabled fog, volumetric fog there. And it looks pretty good. But at the same time, it's actually marginally not that much of an improvement and sometimes bad in some places. Just kidding, love your code. Thank you, man. Call it typecast. I be me. And what did you say, dude? What did you say, man? Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do with this. But yeah, that's like the technical thing, dude. Like when I hear typecast, I don't think about acting. I think about literal like casting, like C++ like casting. Like, hey, this is actually equal to. Okay, I wonder, does unsafe C# let me just do this? No, so even if I'm unsafe, which by the way, this is saying like it won't let me just raw. I have to do some marshalling stuff. Just curious. I was like, I can't do unsafe typecasts. Bro's just talking to here, so I gotta do that. This is how I make sense of things, Gray. I'm trying my hardest. I'm trying to understand what kind of weird, wily thing I'm trying to do here. Can you hear text? Have you seen Linux on PS2? No, I have not. Do you have a link for that? That sounds actually really sick. That sounds really sick. Actually. Okay, we're just gonna do this. And then I'm gonna go into Unity. unfortunately. We're gonna go up. We're gonna do something. We're gonna do something cool. We're gonna do not something cool, actually something very mundane, which is make a material instance, which, oh man, if I could do, I should probably just, I wonder how complicated the text file is for a material, because like, it'd be kind of cool to just go into text editor and write it up if it's not too much boilerplate or just incongruent madness. Okay. So we're gonna set this to cozy light. Cozy unlit fog. Did I call it unlit fog? Is that what I did? Am I a fool? I feel foolish. Not you, I meant SFM2. What update patch for Earth was that in? Brother. Don't dog my boy though. I love my boy's copy pastas. Let my boy copy pasta in peace. He mean me. Wait. Why you hurt me? Volumetric, a light shader. Where is the, I know it's around here somewhere. Which one are ya? Which one are you? No, this is the lighting settings thing, which actually doesn't impact this, I don't think, actually. So we're good there. We have our CC light model, that's fine. We have our, here we go. No, that's a C# script. Here we go. And what was I gonna do? I think we actually did everything we needed to do. Oh, I was checking to see what it's called. It's custom volumetric fog. No more. We're gonna change that to be, I don't know, cozy light. Okay. I mean, I want to have a thing to distinct this as like a post-processing effect, but that's for people who care. And apparently I'm not one of those people. Who cares? Yeah, we simply do not. Volumetric fog, yes, very nice, very nice. And the main texture, that's a, yeah. And that's all there is. Cool. Now we can go into the camera pivot. We can go into the camera. Let's get to the camera, guys. Let's get to the camera. We're going to go to this component. Very nice. We're going to reactivate this component. And we're actually going to be... Bam. I'm sorry, what? There we go. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. How dare I? Okay. And then, so this should be assigned already. This should be assigned. We render the fog distance. Yeah. Okay, so if we did things right, when we press play, we should see a depth map. Hey, I'm new here. I want to learn how to code. Any potential tips, Creve? Start learning. Just do it. You just got to get good, man. Just get good. Okay, so it really depends. And oh my goodness. Oh my stars. Oh my days. What is this? This is just... A depth map is supposed to be black or white. Why am I seeing red? This is the most aggressive thing ever. Okay, people are different, right? Some people, I don't know. The way I describe it is maybe like theory focused. Maybe that's the way of describing it. Where, one second. Sorry. Oh my goodness, guys. I can't quit Vim. I can't quit Vim, guys. How do we get out of Vim? Okay, here's the thing. Like, there's like a couple different categories. There's like theory focused. And then there's like goal focused. And we're gonna just, so I'm in this category of goal focused. So when I started learning programming, it started with me going, hey, I want to make a game. And I Googled, and then I found Game Maker. Well, actually, I found C++, and I started learning some stuff there, and I did some cool things with it. Then I was like, all right, I actually want to make something visual, and this is a little above my pay grade or my knowledge, so I found Game Maker. And then I started making different things, small projects. Well, games are kind of ambitious. I was like, all right, I want to start making Mega Man X. I want to kind of make my own version of Mega Man X where you play as Launch Octopus. And I started there, and I learned some stuff. I started learning about the drag and drop, and that was cool. And then I started working on some other projects. And when I Googled, I started seeing, oh, you can actually use scripts. So I started embedding drag and drop with, or I guess plus scripts. And eventually, I just started doing full scripts because I really started realizing it's so much faster and more concise. So this is one level, right, of being like, hey, I have goals in mind. And everything after this has always been goal focused. I started learning Unity. I was like, I want to make a donut game and do some cool visual stuff. And I just want to make a character move and go from there. So this is kind of one way of thinking about it. And then there's kind of a theory focused where it's like, hey, I want to just start programming just because I find it interesting. And we're going to start deep diving and just learning these paradigms. And I'm going to focus more on just kind of this conceptual, like, hey, computers and whatnot, right? Like, for example, with learning a language, right? Maybe someone wants to start reading the documentation and watching lectures, maybe. So for this kind of thing, I can't really give much advice, man, because that's not the way I think. So I'm going to assume you're goal-oriented, and I would say find a goal that you find interesting and cool and makes you motivated to want to do programming. Because initially, I didn't even like programming. Programming was just a means to an end to making the cool game I wanted, or making the world I wanted. And so find a goal. The second thing is iterate frequently. Don't worry, I'm going to read chat in a second, right? Just give me a second, guys. Iterate as much as you can. So when a project stops being fun, or you start finding this like level of complexity, like don't be scared to abandon a project and start something else. Or if something else comes to mind and interest, don't feel scared to start another thing. I started like 50 or 60 different game projects before I finished an actual proper one, right? And the reason I recommend this, and this is a universal thing, like if you're an artist and learning to do art, the most important thing is to iterate. Yeah, we'll just go to XCaliDraw. 1 second, guys. 1 second. XCaliDraw. And we're going to do a graph. And while we do this, say hi. Yeah, you can learn. I need help. Marvel Boy. Hopefully this is applicable to you, Marvel Boy. All that for that, bro. Okay. Without any college, I started web pen test in 8th grade. That's sick. Can't put down the cup. I type like, yeah. Hey, I do my best, man. I used to be worse than this. I used to be way worse than this. Clicking going on, though. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just also like doing stuff. I don't like having my hands be idle. Can you get out of here? Okay, so let's imagine a graph. Let's imagine a graph, shall we? And in this graph, there's like a few axes. And one axis is like time. And the other one is quality. So like when you start a game project, usually a game project starts off with like low quality and then it starts spiking up the more you implement things, right? It's a simple concept. Here's the thing though, every time you start a game project, it starts with a hard limit of how good it could possibly be. And that's just due to your fundamental understanding at the time. When you start working on something, let's say you're writing a 2D character controller for the first time, you don't know how to do that, right? So there's only so much you can do before you hit that limit of that limit, and you have to do like a full rewrite to make it better. So like there's this diminishing returns where maybe in the beginning you start doing pretty good, but then you start hitting that limit. right? And some people can stay at this limit, but you're going to stagnate unless you do like starting from scratch. But if you're willing to, hey, start a new project, that ceiling goes up, because in doing this simple thing and getting to where you got to here, you started learning some stuff, you started getting some observations, and now when you start tackling a fresh project, your ceiling for quality gets a little bit higher. So now you're able to go a little bit higher. And the more you're able to frequently do that, or at least not get stuck in that diminishing return level, the more you allow yourself to progress and improve. So like, if you get stuck with like, hey, this first game I'm making is going to be the game, and it's going to be the game, my magnum opus, first try, one shot, you're probably going to end up with a really limited growth. And that's just my observations. I'm not studying any papers or research or anything. That's just my observations and how I've seen my growth progress, right? And this is not like just a programming thing. This is like an art thing. This is like a music production thing. This is how I feel like I've been able to get proficient at a bunch of different things relatively quickly, or at least relatively efficiently with the time I've had. So that's like my two biggest things. Find goals and don't be scared to iterate quickly. Sorry for the tangent, but I think this is kind of very novel. I think this is helpful. And hopefully you find it helpful as well. Let them be. That's what our vivid imagination back in our younger years, just like the hacker in the movies. I went to school for IT. I initially did computer science, but then I switched to IT. It opens up the same doors, to be honest. I learned coding by putting knowledge on an SD card, then eat it and consume the knowledge. You see, I actually got this book about programming, and I just ate it. Thank you very much. You earn yourself a sub, man. Thank you, Creve. And of course, for anything programming, it's always helpful to just get the bare. Even if you don't stay in C, I always like recommending just trying some C, some basic C code. I think there's value in just understanding. Hey, here's some basics of how your computer works. What a stack is, what a heap is, how you allocate to these different things. A basic understanding of just what pointers are. Exactly, that's how you do it, exactly. What was that character, that Japanese character, Doraemon, where like they would write stuff on bread and then the kid would eat it and they would get that? Welcome back, Ray. Anyways, so let's think through this. What was I doing? I was doing something. Yeah, I'm gonna close this out. Honestly, let's just delete this stuff. I want to clear my to-do. Can I to-do? Why is this always so annoying? I don't like it. Oh, because there's a swap that exists. Delete it. I don't care. If I type to-do, beautiful. That's exactly what I want. Okay. So we talked about the getting good thing. And oh yeah, we're in the red screen of death going on here. So we're encountering a little bit of skill issue. Let's find out just how bad or good this is. I don't know why everything is red. That's a very interesting thing to me. Oh, wait. We go here. We're doing texture 2D to sample this camera depth texture, and we're returning this. Is this just giving me a float? I mean, no, it should be a float 4, but at the same time, it's so weird to me. This is really odd to me, actually, because the only way I can speculate that this is red is that when we sample the depth texture, it's only returning values on the red channel. And if it's doing that, I mean, even if it doesn't explain that, then we'd have variability within the red based off of where the character looked and moved and do stuff. We're moving around, but this depth texture just ain't rendering what I'd expect it to render. And if we go into the scene, if you go into the scene, and look at the player, yeah, what they're seeing should still have some depth value. So, okay, the next question is, does camera depth affect things at all? That's the next question, because we have a depth of -1. I wonder if I do like 100, for example. I think this is for camera prioritization though, so I don't think that should affect things, but yeah. Clear flags, perspective, projection, vertical, yeah. What's up? Hey, what's up, Josh? What's going on, man? Is that the Joshua Ambrosio? The greatest sound designer known to man? YouTube ads getting out of hand. That's tragic. You hate to see it. You hate to see it, man. But yeah, I think this might actually be what's going on here. So I think it's just returning the red channel color, and then, so if we want to have it do the thing we want it to, we'll just do value. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We don't have to populate all this data, but I wonder. Yeah, and it's all white now, but we're not getting the depth value, the depth data I want. So it makes me think that maybe I'm not configuring this lighting the way I'd want it to or be. Yeah, I wish I can get rid of YouTube ads. Honestly, dude, like, brother, why am I even using YouTube to stream? Why not just make, like, I know we've been talking about doing this whole thing of whatchamacallit. Yeah, this guy, we're gonna change this. I still think that this type of keyword is the sickest thing ever, dude. we're gonna get it. I'm gonna order it. I'm gonna have someone build it for me or something, or maybe build it myself, but I don't have a 3D printer. What was I doing? I was gonna do something. I lost my train of thought, dude. I lost my train of thought. Something depth map, something main color, something main white. Oh yeah, the Cozy Cabin game. I don't know, like, we talked about doing a redesign of the cozycabingames.com website, which, by the way, guys, if you want to find all the socials, cozycabingames.com, to make this more Y2K. We're gonna do a stream one day where we're just gonna do like a NeoCities kind of remake to just get the Y2K feel. Because, like, honestly, why have JavaScript in your website? But beyond that, like, why have YouTube when we could just make our own streaming service and stream there? Do you do all your work on a CRT? Sometimes, and then for my day job, I take this monitor and I do it vertical like this, and I'm not lying, and then I use this for my work from home computer. This is how I operate. I have a picture I sent to my coworker a while ago, but yeah, for my personal stuff, this is all I do, man. This is all a man needs. What else do you need, dog? What else is there in life? Dude, 1080p was too much, man. 1080p was way too much. 1080p is too much, dude. Yeah, I'm trying to find, what was that? There's a bookmark I have here somewhere. But I'm having like such a difficult moment of navigating my import bookmarks. No, I want to find, yeah, NeoCities. Where is it? Yeah, we're trying to do this kind of thing. I want to do this kind of thing. This is peak, man. This is all we need. This is what website design should be. We've fallen so far by not doing this. And the fact that we're not doing this, we're using TypeScript, transpile, the JavaScript, rendering this stuff using our framework. It's cool that we did a framework, our own framework, but it's like also like it's being proud of adding an extra droplet of poop on top of a mountain of poop. You know what I'm saying? We need to go back to just basic HTML, CSS, use some tables. We get divs out of here. We don't need divs. Divs are too much. We get that out of here. But yeah. My 10 pixels, like 10 pixels. On the same place? At the same job? Yeah. Yeah, it's been good though. It's been good here, man. I enjoy my my job right now. It's been pretty good. I took vacation for 2 weeks though, which is why we're having this comeback stream. It feels great to be back, dude, and using Linux and all this stuff. Like my basic terminals, all this stuff, my basic commands. Oh my goodness, it feels so good. What's not feeling so good is my understanding of this lighting stuff. So I think we're gonna have to do the terrible, sad thing, which is admit that we don't know everything, and go to Google. And luckily we already have the tab here, and this guy's like, hey, he doesn't understand depth texture mode and camera depth texture and a shader. And can I access buffers from the CPU at all? Yep. But we're just trying to access it from the shaders. And I'm not sure if I'm getting... Yep, and it's a global property. Yep, camera underscore camera depth texture. I know what I'm doing. On awake or start, I did that. So I'm wondering how this works, man. I'm wondering if maybe the UV coordinates I'm sampling into with the depth texture is just not good. If it's actually just bad. Because we're using the UV coordinates from the screen stuff to index into this bad boy. Permanent tab, yep. Gotta keep that permanent tab. My emotional support tabs. Like the Xcali draw one. But I feel like I'm gonna be, this is one of those places where I'm gonna feel like I'm crazy. It's gonna feel like that. Because I believe I'm doing the stuff correct in this. Like we get the camera from the game object. Depth texture mode, we set it to depth. That's what they wanted me to do. And then the fog shader is clearly reading something. I'm not sure if that something is good or bad though. Camera depth texture. And this guy's dealing with Z-Write issues. That's not anything I'm gonna have to deal with. So let's just Google. Let's just Google that specifically. Oh my goodness, I can't type. Yeah, no, get out of here. Thank you, Unity. Okay. A depth texture, yes. Shadowcaster, yeah, that's not important. Make your shader fall back to some other shader that has a shadowcast pass. Nope. Nope. We're not worrying about that. A screen size depth texture. I feel like I'm so right. And yet I feel so confused and scared. I feel petrified. But this is also, what, 2018? Let's see if there's any changes in 6. I'm not using 6.2, but I'm just curious. Is there any changes? Or do they force you to use the shader graph? Unity AI. Get out of here, man. I'm streaming Epic Momentum. I'm streaming. Come join. Like, what, in your channel? And what is the invitation to do? Epic momentum. I don't know why I thought of epic. I know why. Same word. I thought of epic games for a minute. And it made me go, you know what? I bet Epic Games isn't having this issue. Okay. Maybe I don't have to. Maybe texture 2D sampling is not the right move here. Maybe that's not the move here, man. Also, is this? Oh, that's for C-line. Yeah, we don't need it. I can close this terminal. One less terminal than we need. Oh, that would be dumb if I need a property. That would be really dumb if I need this camera depth texture property here. That would be dumb, but also, like, maybe? I know Unity's has hurt me before with the needing of properties to do stuff. Okay, how are we doing? Okay, blasted by white. No better. And no changes here either. Interesting. Very interesting. Is there there's an error for GTK, and there's an error from graphics copies, but that's known things. That's things that pre-existed my problems. Flash grenade out. Yeah, I'm sorry to flash you guys like this. My bad. I didn't mean to do that. It just happened. Okay. Maybe I'm using the wrong... I'm sorry, what is... Okay, please stop. Please stop. Please stop scrolling. Why are you scrolling? Stop scrolling. You're scaring me. Okay, let's look in the depth texture. What is going on here? Requires GLOES depth texture extension to be present. What is that? Because we're using OpenGL for our rendering. And that may very well be the issue here. Oh, so what do they do? How do they do this? Unity transfer depth. Maybe that's the keyword I need here. Oh, and actually is... Okay. Maybe it's just a simple keyword we needed. Maybe that's all we needed. Oh, so they're adding this into the V2F. Huh, interesting. So in my mind, I thought this was just a global variable that exists that we add and we get a sample. But it seems to me that is not the case. Unless, wait. Let me just try one more thing. No, it's not a known thing by Unity. Okay, so there is a known, because if I change like the name of this, let's say like I do like A at the end of this bad boy. Is it gonna produce, would it even produce the same red color we were seeing before? Because if no, that means that this is being recognized. It's just for whatever reason, maybe I didn't configure things right, or maybe I'm just being dumb. Let's see. Because my here we go. So no, it's different. And the cool thing is we can play around with this a little bit as well. Because we can recompile shaders. So if I change this, remove this A, and it's red now. So okay, so it does recognize the fact. It does recognize the fact that we're using a depth texture. Just maybe the depth texture isn't being good. What are we doing here? Trying to do some volumetric lighting. Doing some weird stuff. Trying to do some volumetric lighting. And right now, the main thing we're doing right now is trying to get a depth texture going. Because I know for what I'm going to do, I'm going to need that for sure to do the things that I envisioned. But right now we're having a little issue here. We're having a little problem, a little technical difficulty, if you will, which is that even though we're getting a depth texture, ooh, my bad. Even though we're getting the depth texture, it's all returning one value. So this is how the game normally looks like. And we're starting writing our own little post-process pass to make things like these lights, these cone lights here, actually. Oh my goodness! The camera went out. My bad, guys. I'm not sure how long the stream was like that. Might be, guys. But yeah. So the volumetric light, ideally, would make areas inside this cone light, for example, be lit, and the space out here be not lit. So you can actually see the shape of the cone, the shape of the light, and that would be pretty sick. That likewise also applies for these lights over here and all that kind of fun stuff. Given a certain, I don't know, a fog amount or distance, or yeah, like a certain fog density. And then, ooh, yep, that's a fun little bug. Yeah, I'm gonna deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. Yeah, because you have one kind of fog, but what is going on up there? There's something interesting going on over there. But yeah, so that's what we're trying to do. And like Evel Knievel, this is more of like, hey, we're here for the attempt. A success is a bonus. Success is a bonus for us. Yeah, one sec. But that's where we're at right now. And now we have this main fog function. And we're just trying to do something very basic. Very simple. But we're getting hit by this massive wall of red. Very angry. I wonder if there's variance with that value. But anyways, yeah, apparently though, it seems like I might be doing things wrong. But let me also check. Let's check the Unity version, because this is for 2018. And I don't want to go to current version. I would like to select a specific version, if I could. If you would. But the Unity manual does not like me doing these things. So yeah, that's where we're at. And seeing that I can't find the means of going back to the old documentation, we're gonna try looking at this example here where instead of using this global property, they actually are getting this value from Unity transfer depth. See, I'm like confused by this. Because this is the main camera, and this is a global shader property. This camera depth texture, this little uniform here is a global variable that should be set by the main camera, I'm assuming. Big assumption, but I think relatively safe assumption. And I should be able to access it, unless it's actually not a sampler 2D and something else. So if the docs, we're gonna try some stuff. Camera depth textures, here we go. Yeah, that's back to, this is the original article. So if this doesn't work out, we're gonna try doing what they did, which is get this from the V2F and have that Unity transfer. And if that does not work, What we do is we get in a car, tell your family we're just gonna go get some milk, and disappear into the mountains of Colorado. Just drive there, road trip it out, and forget that we were ever a programmer. Just forget it. Me, a programmer? What? No. What? Be doing code? That's preposterous. Preposterous. I would never tickle a keycap. Yeah, I'm trying to think. And this is drawing over the source destination. Okay. FF7 road trip. Free FF7 road trip. I think it's more like, what was it, Final Fantasy? What was it, 10 or whatever? I forgot which one it was. The one with the 4 dudes doing a road trip. Yeah, because we don't even have this vert image pass in here either. What's your keyboard? An IBM, I think Model M keyboard from 1985. It's pretty good. I enjoy it. My usual daily driver is the Ergodox, but hey man, that's for work, that's for business. That's for getting things done, This keyboard's for pleasure. It is for pleasure. Motion vectors, texture, tips and tricks. There are multiple effects present in the camera where each... Nope, we're not doing that. The depth texture might come directly from the native Z buffer. If you see artifacts in your depth texture, I'm not seeing anything. Let's start there, brother. Let's start there. Shader variables, there we go. Let's just confirm. Depth textures are available for sampling in shaders as global shader properties by declaring a sampler called _camera depth texture. You'll be able to sample the main depth texture for the... That's what I'm talking about. Always refers to the camera's primary depth texture. By contrast, you can also use last camera depth texture to refer to the last camera depth by any camera. If you're under half resolution depth texture in the script using a secondary camera. Okay, but brother, I feel like I'm doing everything right. And they're making me feel crazy. They're making me feel crazy. I'm not crazy. Okay, maybe this is one of those things where we switch to the other game project real quick. Do a little bit of something there. And then come back into this a little bit different. Oh, wait 1 second. What's this lerp speed? What did I change the lerp speed to? I did something wrong, didn't I? Yeah, that's something different. The depth. I wonder if that affects anything. Target render target texture. No, we're not doing a render texture. We're not doing that. Yes. Well, fellas, I've come to the conclusion. I've come to the conclusion. 1 second. We're gonna do what Einstein said. I think Einstein said insanity is not doing the same thing over and over again. So we're going to be doing the same thing over and over again to avoid insanity. I believe that's what the doctor ordered, right? That's how we do things. And I think depth is only meant for other cameras. But regardless, we'll try it. Because why not? And this has the main camera tag. Beautiful. So this should be the main one that's rendering. And I don't believe there's any other cameras in the scene. Let's just be sure though. And make sure we're filtering by components. That's, ooh my goodness. What was that, brother? Yeah, camera component, please. Okay. let's just try this out a little bit. Here we go. Type. Interesting. So this also has a camera component. This also has a camera component, but they're all disabled, so they shouldn't be rendering. So I'm not crazy. I'm not a crazy person. I never do crazy things. Set it back to negative. And yeah, that's fine. We're doing forward rendering. Good old-fashioned forward rendering. Allow dynamic resolution. I don't think that's how that should impact anything. This is very interesting. So, the documents themselves says that this should be fine. So I must wonder if maybe the issue here is because I'm drawing this. Maybe the issue. Okay, might be it. Is that the fact that I'm drawing this from here, from a post process instead of from a geometry? That'd be weird, but maybe. So let's kind of confirm this theory one way or another. So we have our, I don't know. Let's go to cozy sprite shader. And maybe that means we have to actually like render this depth map or get it somehow, and not sprite texture. And then like pass it manually into our shader, which I don't like that, but hey, at least we know exactly what's going on and who's who and why we're doing this stuff. It's like knowing that someone's your enemy for real, you know? Or like when a villain's revealed, it's like, alright, I know that you suck. And now I can direct all this animosity towards you. Or I can at least take into account that you're a villain. That would be what we're doing. And we're gonna add this camera depth texture global variable to this, and we're going to turn text 2D, and we're going to do return this, and we're going to see how this works. Thank you, Ohm. I'm glad you dig the setup. I know for quite a many people this is kind of preposterous. But you'd be surprised with a little Linux, a little i3, how actually not so bad this is. Actually how peak this actually is. Okay, 1 second. Before I believe for a nanosecond that I'm wrong, let's make sure that I'm not overriding this value. And okay, we're in a world of wrong and bad, and this is very strange. It's very cool, actually. This is actually very cool. But we're not getting the depth value you want here. Pain World. Yeah, this is Pain World, dude. It's not Stain World anymore. It's Pain World. This is Hurt World. This is Pain World. So, okay. This rules out the possibility that I am Wait a second. No. This is just a draw box. Wait a second. Wait a ding dang second. This. Oh, never mind. No, never mind. That's not the texture. That's clear. That's the clear. For a second, I thought it was white, but no, that's actually the background. So never mind. We're still wrong. We're still bad, and life is pain. But this does confirm at least that the issue shouldn't be in the fact that we're calling this after on the as a post process, and instead it's just fundamentally a skill issue. Is fundamentally what's going on here is some form of skill issue is occurring here. So maybe there's some processing I have to do, like, I don't know. But even then, this should still be in some kind of color format that we can work with, right? I don't think that's... First of all, let's get rid of these changes now, because I don't want to have this be stuck like this. I think that's probably a bad idea to have that like that. So we're just going to get rid of that. And let's go back to reinstitute our little draw call here. Is there some kind of processing I'm missing here? Like, is there some thing where I just have to normalize this within a certain value set? I'm seriously... I'm sorry, what? Graphics copy texture of 10,024. No, that's something else. There's also an optimization we could be doing too that I've been having in mind. Okay, so just have this, but that's not revealing any additional depth information that we're looking for. Okay. Noted. Removed. That one stage and off. Off was a great RPG, man. Like, stylistically, like, just the vibe and the presentation of the world was pretty sick. Pretty sick. Return in depth is in 0 to 1 range. Yeah. How to use the depth and normals textures. Yes, please. Oh, no, I don't want to use depth and normals. No. I just simply want to have... And where's the values going to be in? Are rendered into the depth. Ooh, maybe that's the issue, is that the object are not 2,500 below. I wonder if that's the case here. And yet, no, pixel values in the depth texture range from 0 to 1 with a nonlinear distribution precisely is usually 32. A higher precision value from 0 and 1. Okay, helper macros. Okay. I think we're just going to do the thing. We're just going to do the thing. I'm just going to say screw it. No more fighting it. Instead of trying to sample it directly, because it seems like maybe the data might be in a different... It's in a high precision value, and I think if it's high precision, it's probably going to be more than a float, which means you have to do some kind of conversion. Is it usually 32 bits or 16 bits? No, that's 32 bits is a float. I don't think I'm crazy on this. Oh, that's the game engine. Oopsie. Here we go. No. Here we go. So, okay. Guide me, Unity. And your infinite wisdom. Please guide me. So I believe I have to just do vert, and then I need to have some kind of vert function that returns... It should be v2f underscore image, right? And in your example code, actually, I feel like there's some weird stuff that goes on because of this. Let me actually... What's up, Calvin? How you doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. Oh, that's a keyword I forgot. Yeah, we'll use this. Actually, we do v2f. I guess... I don't know. Let's actually look at an example of this. Unity, HLSL, and what are we doing? V2F. Oh, I guess at image shader. That's probably what we want. Okay, let's add some keywords here. I know someone was working on a coworker of mine. He mentioned like this paid search service he's using. And high key, I feel kind of tempted to get it now. So I find Google just not very adequate. It's my birthday. What's up, mean boy? Happy birthday. Hopefully you're having a good one. Hope you're enjoying it, man. Yeah, what I'm looking for here? I guess a V2F image is what I'm looking for. Yeah, big hap. So maybe in that keyword I should search up V2F underscore image. Yeah, big hap. I mean, following the examples of like what the other people who came earlier. What age are you turning? What age are you now? That's still weird. Two people back to back. What age are you? How old are you? I was like, kind of regret saying it now. Oh well. Here we go. Precisely what I was looking for. This is using the basic one though. Oh, that's cool. They show you the code for doing the Mandelbrot fractal. But I want to see one that includes the vertex. Yeah, but no, they use vert underscore image. Yeah, that's kind of the problem here, isn't it? I kind of need to actually... have the vertex. Your turns have tabled. Yeah, I'm doing some lighting stuff right now. So I'm trying to do some volumetric lighting. And a key part is just doing the depth texture. But honestly, that's like trying to solve a problem ahead of time. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna say screw it. We're gonna let the code, we're gonna let the image be bad, because the hardest part is actually not, it shouldn't be getting the depth texture. That should be easy. But for whatever reason, I'm having some skill issues moments. So instead, we're just gonna deal with the actual fragment, the fog, the light sampling. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the dang old fragment sampling. So we're just gonna go into the CC light model and we're gonna do some modifications here, because we're gonna be doing this per vertex. Yeah, we're gonna use this per pixel thing, where you give the base albedo of the color and then we iterate on there and see, hey, how many of these are actually how many of these pixels are lit by a light source, and it does some math here. But we're gonna be doing things a little bit different since this is for sampling space, particles in space, which the concept of a normal doesn't apply to it. So I have like a little dumb hacky way of doing this, and we're just gonna hope and see that this works as intended. If not, oopsie, we're gonna be struggling a little bit. Let's go back here, and we have this fog function. I'm gonna just paste this here, and we're gonna be modifying this a little bit. Wow, that's kind of a beefy function, isn't it? Okay. Cool. And then now we have to use our lighting model, which should be what? What are we including? CC light model C, which should have everything we need. And this bad boy is gonna handle the compositing, I guess. I don't want that. I just want the total lighting information. So I think we're gonna have like, yeah, no, we're not getting the normal map. No concept of normals. None of this business. Light count. Yeah, we're not using this anymore, I don't think. Yeah, you're not used by anything, you're not used by anything. Okay, and then we do our light process. So we're gonna be using a world normal that's like gonna be per light source. There should be like actually pointing toward each other. That's a whole thing. We're not doing this. We're gonna do this in light process, or maybe we don't. Keep life simple, easy breezy, cover girl. We'll just start with this. Let's go to this function here, and this one's gonna be the thing that iterates through here and does the cool stuff. And then it has this input of world normal. World normal. So that's where the issue is coming from, and cool. So you can make a function of this. Should I finish my CS degree? Dang, dude. Uvik, that's kind of a loaded question there, man. I mean, the one thing I will say is that you should have a degree, and if you want to do CS or work in the computer field, having a tech degree is important. It opens doors that would otherwise be closed. Programming and electrician, muy fancy. That being said, I started as a CS degree guy, and then we had a day, right? And this is super. Calc 1 is the easiest class, like from what I hear, right? But for whatever reason, and I know the calc now, but or at least the concepts of calc and everything. But back then, I remember showing up and be like, "Huh, we haven't had a midterm in a while, and it's kind of the end of the semester is almost here." And then like I looked on Canvas and I found out, oh, the finals is next week. Wait, did I miss my midterms and everything else? I was like, all right, clearly this is not going to work out because I'm struggling already with Calc 1. For CS at my college, we had to go through Calc 1, 2, 3, and then other differential equations and then other stuff. And I switched to IT the next semester or this semester, and like the stress level went from up here to down here all of a sudden. And I was learning stuff that was actually kind of useful for my first job, which is like, you know, how to make an SQL database and all this basic stuff. And then I was able to get a job with an IT degree because, you know, even though CS degree and IT degrees are different, but at the end of the day, they're very tech related. There's a lot of overlap in some of the coursework. And then for most employers, they're like, hey, they're very similar. So I'm not sure how it is because every degree is different. Every college is different. Every program is different. But for me, in my case, it was better for me to switch to a related degree that was easier and allowed me time to work on my game deving and other stuff. But still having the degree opened up doors for me. I wouldn't have the job I had right now without a degree. I can tell you that much. But I don't know, man. There's some soul searching you got to do. There's some people like, I don't know, Jonathan Blow, who dropped out and is doing well for himself. But I don't know how many. I'm not sure if you're Jonathan Blow or not, man. It's really up to you. It's a soul searching thing, all right? If you believe with absolute certainty that it's like, hey, this academic institution is holding me down and this degree is not going to do nothing for me and all this stuff, then sure, man. But in general, I'd recommend at least getting your degree, dog. Yeah, Grubbox is cool, man. It's been 50 years. The college incident wasn't your fault. You got to let me go. Fades into the background. While my face KYC didn't working on my Phantom wallet all the time. What did you just, brother, you need to help me out here. Why my face KYC didn't working on my Phantom wallet all the time? There's like a lot to unpack there, and I don't even know what to start from. So you're gonna have to help me out there, Hunter. I want to understand. It's the only STEM degree that interests me, but I'm not super passionate about it. Well, here's a question, right? Question time. Like, hey, first of all, is there something that you're very... So actually, first of all, right, passion can come and wane and change, right? I work professionally as a programmer, and I love programming right now. Programming and the craft of coding is awesome. I didn't think I would be a programmer. I didn't think I would like programming. I honestly thought I would hate being a professional programmer while I was in college. And even in high school and stuff like that. Like, coding was the necessary evil to make video games, but I was actually doing art. I did freelance art for a long time, doing pixel art and HD stuff. Like, let me go to my Newgrounds real quick. 1 second as they check my passport. Can I please? I sure would like to go to my page. But I did a lot of concept art and illustration and pixel art animations. Like, that was my main thing. I was an artist. That's who I am. I was Trixelbit, the youngest artist in game dev in Orlando at the time, doing this stuff, and I thought I was so cool for it. And then I switched to music and doing audio engineering and working doing that, and I composed a bunch of tracks, and I still compose music for games and my games. I even placed pretty high at the Newgrounds Newgrounds audio deathmatch competition. That was pretty cool. But I was like, all right, maybe audio engineering is the thing I'm going to be doing, right? And then I kind of just stumbled into programming. I got my first coding job just due to knowing a professor who knew me from game jams when I was super young, hooked me up with a job. He was like, hey, I want you to work with me. And I ended up learning back-end engineering. Zero experience in that. And that was not a great, like, it was a great opportunity and a great learning experience, but I wasn't really proud about the product I made. And then I got my current job afterwards, which has been super fruitful, very interesting work, and taught me how to be an actual decent programmer. But yeah, having spent so much time coding, just because there's an opportunity that came up, I started learning to actually enjoy the trade and taking pride in getting good at it. First, because when I got this job, I was super underqualified and I had to learn and get good. So I dedicated time to doing it. And here's this thing, right? Like, when you dedicate time to something, you start to kind of enjoy it. At least that's for me, right? That's what happened with me. For people like me who's not able to leave from square one in programming, I have like a mental blockage in programming stuff. Well, what does square one look like for you? Like, are you in tutorial hell, or do you learn the syntax of language but you don't know what to do from there? Like, what does your square one look like? Because I think people's square ones look very different from each other. I think that's a very important distinction. The kilt, what is coming for your haggis? What do you, the kilt monjersis? Tutorial hell, I'd say. Okay, so like to clarify, right? When we say tutorial hell, are you saying like you're just stuck, hey, I'm gonna go to this tutorial and then go through this project and walk with them through that, and then I'm gonna go to this other tutorial and try doing something with that, and cool, you did a bunch of tutorials, but you're not really doing something independently with that? Because if that's the case, what comes to mind for me would be, hey, because think about this, tutorials are fundamentally, hey, here's a very contained, isolated problem space, and it's well defined, and we know exactly how we're gonna get from point A to point B, and we're gonna walk you through doing that. And if that's the whole extent of your programming experience, programming is not really fun in that space. What I find to be very fun, and I think is the big learning experience for someone, is going, okay, I have this goal and I have no idea how to do that. So in this case, maybe it's something as simple as making a game. Or in this case for this project is I don't know how to implement my own lighting system. So how would I even implement my own lighting that doesn't use Unity, right? But either way, you're starting with a goal where you don't exactly know how to get from here to here. There's no clear path from A to B. And when you start with something like that, you're put in this position of like, all right, let's try to figure out and build our path from A to B. So like a simple example for me was like, all right, I know I want to make a game and make a character move and do stuff, and I know nothing. And I found out there's this tool called Game Maker, and that's like the first step. And the next step is like, all right, how do you make a character move? Cool. And I figure out how to make a character move from one tutorial, right? But that's not the end goal of that tutorial. It's just a step within this greater process of making a character who moves around and does platforming, maybe even shoot stuff. With this kind of approach, any tutorial you stumble upon or go to isn't the end goal, but instead is one piece of a puzzle to one eventual goal you may have. So if my assumptions were correct, and this is what I described applies to you, and this is not me prescribing this authoritatively as like, hey, I was in tutorial hell too, and this is how I got out of it. This is me going, hey, I've never really been in tutorial hell, and what's the commonality? It's usually I have this end goal that is not very clear how to get there, and we're gonna try to find all these different paths or find a path to get to that goal. And when you're in that, you're like navigating the sea that's uncertain, but it's cool because now you're gonna be stumbling and bumbling because you're not gonna be doing a straight line usually from point A to B. If it's a straight line, that means a project goal may be too simple. But if you have this bigger goal, it gives you some space to kind of meander, and as you meander, you might learn stuff and get things, but you start getting closer towards that goal. You're like the peanut. In what way am I like the peanut? And if I may ask, what is the peanut? But yeah, I hope that helps out. Like in a crunchy way. What are we gonna do? Get light at point. I believe I have a problem in finding something and sticking with it. Like, I'd enjoy to know some backend development with Django, but at the same time, I want to build CLI tools with Rust. Okay. I mean, if you want to... I'm going to be the worst person to ask about this, right? Because I ping pong like crazy, dude. Even within this stream, right? 1 second I'm working on this project, and then I switch to this game engine project I have on the background, because sometimes you just want to do something like that. Sometimes you want to go, you know what? Let's take a second away from this and let's figure out how we're going to do better our collision calculations and what's going wrong with our collision calculations, actually. Honestly, I'd say follow your interest in that case. Like, why do you feel that you need to commit to learning Django when you want to do CLI tools with Rust? Like, if CLI tools and Rust is what's interesting to you in the moment, screw it. Dedicate a season to it, man. Then you get to learn about Rust, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. And if you like it, you can keep doing stuff with it. I mean, even this whole thing for me started from, like, I went through this whole, for this game engine that's in C++, it started off with me doing, I don't know, let's go to, maybe I'll just make a new. It started with me doing like a simple ASCII game in Rust, to then doing like a basic OpenGL implementation or game in Rust or example, then doing a more cache uncoherent / unsafe Rust OpenGL game engine, to then doing lighting within that, to then doing a rewrite in C++, because I was like, you know what, actually, if I'm doing so much unsafe Rust, why not just rewrite this whole engine in C++? And instead of taking 2 years, like it took for all this, it took like a week or two to get to the same level. You know, and then now I'm like, all right, let's try. Right now, I could keep working on the C++ OpenGL thing, but I also have an idea. I want to try doing something from the scratch and like not use any dependencies, so I can actually try writing my own like stuff, like, you know, my own like vector classes or structs, and maybe I can start using that to start practicing or trying out some AVX intrinsics and learn about that, and that's cool. And that's what interests me. And like throughout this whole meandering process, I've learned so much. You know, Rust is my first little. I learned about the syntax of Rust, and I started learning about the borrow checker and about some ideas of low level, and then I started getting familiar with terminals and the stuff that's involved with them, and then you start expanding and learning and growing, and it's cool, and you're following your interests, so it doesn't feel like a drag. And this is how you can. For me, I'm able to just like have my day job, do coding for that, and then do coding in my spare time another 3 or 4 hours and still find it cool, interesting. If my spare time coding was a drag because I feel forced or obligated to learn this, I don't know, maybe I want to do React.js or something, and I feel compelled to have to learn that, or HTMX or something, right? Even though I don't want to do it, it's not great for me, right? It's not fun. So if you feel that interest and you feel like your interest is waving, then let it be, and you might end up having a way better, well-rounded knowledge base. And then, of course, if you have something that's more long-term, that's interesting to you, that has like there's a vision to it, or long-term, like if there's a long-term vision you see, then sure, commit to that, right? In this case, this game I'm working on, Messy Mansion's like a year long. It's a long-term game that that's the main thing I work on before swapping to one of these different projects I'm doing. But this game has a long-term vision to it, whereas like a lot of these things maybe start off as just something out of curiosity, and maybe there's a vision attached to it, but it's not as pertinent or important in my mind compared to this thing. So yeah, maybe there's different prioritizations, and if maybe like, hey, Django's important to you because you have this vision for this application that you want to build from scratch, and that's like an important component to it that you need to get familiar with, or maybe there's a job thing you're doing that needs it. Okay, maybe force yourself to do that. But if that's not a case, if that's not a factor, I don't see the issue with allowing yourself to meander. So I'm sorry if it's not exactly what the answer to what you're looking for, but I hope this helps in some form or fashion. Well, at least that's my take, at least. To someone who is addicted to games and is trying to substitute his addiction with coding, I can't in good faith give you an answer to that, because I've never been addicted to games. I've always found coding and making games way more interesting than playing games, and I always felt kind of guilty playing games because I felt like I should be productive working on games. So I've always had this issue where I don't play enough games, which means that like I become blind to a lot of things that are going on. One thing I can't say though is that for me, there is this ego attached to getting better at, maybe not ego, right? Ego is one component. The idea of, hey, I'm getting better, I'm getting more knowledgeable, and I feel like this elevates me. You know, I mean, maybe not even above my peers, but maybe at least close to the level or to the same level that hopefully eventually. But I don't know, there's also this kind of awesome sense of accomplishment you get when you actually get a thing working and it behaves the way you want to, and it's like, oh my goodness, this is so freaking cool that I got this thing working, you know. And having some video of it, you can try doing some external motivations, like trying to get likes on, I don't know, X or Blue Sky or whatever, but external motivations are never going to be enough to sustain long-term engagement in this activity, because programming is hard at times, man, and it can be a little bit frustrating. It lives in your brain. But at the same time, if you're intrinsically motivated by just enjoying the problem space and enjoying the act of solving problems, then that'd help out with long term. Because for me, like, it's not even solving the problems, right? It's like the same thing with getting a game done. Like, I actually don't feel very motivated to complete games. Like, I want to complete a game because I want to experience. I have a vision for experience I want players to have. At the same time, though, when I finish a project, there's kind of this emptiness that happens afterwards, where it's like, okay, what now? And okay, like, like I immediately start working on the next idea because I have a bunch of ideas, and like the process is the reward for me. And if you can have that happen to you, and this is the worst, like, it's not great actionable advice. Like, it's not the same thing as like, hey, you have a semicolon here, delete it, and your code's gonna compile. It's not the same thing as that. This is much more of an open-ended and self-exploration kind of thing, and trying to rewire your own brain. But if you can find that intrinsic joy from getting the thing done, or growing in some knowledge, or building these accomplishments, then I think that will help you deal with that. And I don't know, if worst case scenario, you can try shaming yourself, being like, I'm playing a game right now, I'm wasting my time and life, I should be programming and actually contributing something of value to the world, even though what I'm working on right now, most of the things I've programmed will never see the light of day or benefit society in that way I'm describing. But you can gaslight yourself into thinking that, and mitigate your game playing by shame, because that's the recipe for success. Oh, brother. Well, there's also the vision idea too, because for me, when I say a vision, like, I see this experience that a player's gonna have, and I know this feeling I had playing games, and I really kind of desperately want to have and recreate that feeling for other people. So when I start working on a game, there's usually an idea of what the experience is going to be for people, and I feel like this urgency of, I want them to be able to experience this already, and I want to see people have that. Which is also another kind of motivator. So, like, for example, like, I envision like these emotional moments are going to happen in the game, and I really want to see people get to that. But yeah, I think I'm describing different types of intrinsic motivations for it, of this. I think that's really what I'm kind of doing here. I'm actually a software dev in a good company, but I don't feel I can code without tools like ChatGPT, and that freaks me out. But I see people code so much amazing stuff, and I begin to want that for me, but it's really difficult for me to rewire my brain to not crave cheap dopamine of competitive games. Yep. And the ChatGPT thing, man, it's very tempting, and I think there is good utilizations of AI. Like, I'm not going to be one of those guys who says, oh, AI is always bad forever, and if you're using it, you are a loser and wrong, and life is going to go terrible for you. Like, I don't believe that's the case, right? I don't think that's how it actually works. What I believe is that there is a good utilization. However, there's this learned helplessness that comes from over-relying upon it, right? And I think there's something that's lost. Like, there's some general knowledge that people pre-ChatGPT are going to have. So, like, for example, and I talked about this earlier in the stream, I have this issue in writing my game engine where having one frame, trying to enforce a fixed update just doesn't work, right? Enforcing fixed update doesn't work. And what I mean by that is that I'm trying to enforce that the game runs at 60 FPS consistently, let's say that, right? So if the game executes an update cycle and it takes less than 1/60th of a second, well, we have to make the application wait the remainder of that period so that it can continue executing, right? Or I guess in the worst case scenario, let's talk about this. Let's say we want the game enforced that the game runs at 1 frame per second. And it takes like 0.2 seconds to execute all the actual logic. Well, then we need to have the application wait 0.8 seconds. But that doesn't happen for whatever reason. That doesn't work consistently. And I was like, all right, this is not working the way I expected it to. Why isn't it working? And I could just chat GPT it and get the solution. And you could do that. But there's this whole little arc of information you would miss if you did that. So in investigating this, I started Googling and I started going through the archives and going through Stack Overflow. Is it crazy that Stack Overflow is now the hard option now? It wasn't the easy option. And I started learning about, the way the sleep function works in C++ and how OSs actually handle scheduling of tasks. And how there's actually differences in implementations of sleep and scheduling, and how there's actually no guarantees that it's going to sleep at precisely 0.8 seconds. It might sleep less or more, or under certain conditions it actually might be under or immediate. And then there's also other intricacies of this whole accurate clock time sampling that you have to take into account and different ways of handling it. So you might end up going to a different route of doing like fixed iterations and whatever, right? But there's a bunch of different things, right? And you lose out on this knowledge of going down this rabbit hole if you use ChatGPT for this. So for like learning ventures or places where you can learn information, I find it a boon to do it like this. It's slower, of course. It's going to take more time, but you're going to build up this solid foundation where now you have this understanding of just some basic, in this case, some basic operating system information that you now have privy to you when you start handling other problems. And maybe it becomes relevant again when you're designing other types of things or dealing with different types of problems. And now me as a programmer, I'm feeling much more well-rounded having gone through this side quest. So that is the big worry about ChatGPT. When it gives you those solutions to try out or the information kind of pre-processed, it kind of, over time, will kind of put you into this learned helplessness where it becomes very difficult to find the original information, to do that information scavenging. And you miss out on having this all peripheral information. So, yeah, that's the one thing. And then in your personal coding, like, I find value in doing things the hard way because you're going to learn stuff a lot more that way. Now, if you're a professional programmer and you're in a professional context where time is finite and there's deadlines, okay, maybe there's some other factors you have to take into account for those kind of things. You don't have the luxury of taking things the hard way. When you have a team you're coordinating with, like if I'm coordinating a team on a feature I'm developing, then we have to actually streamline things so people can not be blocked and they can work asynchronously for me, and we can optimize as much so that people can work independent of the work I'm doing. So there's some other pressures in those contexts. But if we're talking in the context where you're learning and coding for fun, I think searching for information and doing that research is actually part of the fun. You gotta get it, get out of the head that it is the bad part. No, this is the fun part where you get to learn a bit more. Thank you so much. I'm glad, Andrew. Hopefully this information has been helpful, and hopefully a sage advice for the Discord quotes channel. Yeah, honestly, I think YouTube has some kind of coding thing, but yeah, I should probably do that. I feel very conflicted about making shorts, because on the one hand, I feel like this form factor and the stuff we do here, like clips like this, would be super well for shorts, very compatible for shorts. On the other hand, I feel like shorts and short form content is like the kryptonite for our brains. Like it's morally bad. Yeah, there's a Discord server. So in the YouTube description for this video, there should be the channel, the Discord there, and then of course there is the website Cozy Cabin Games, which has all the socials. Yeah, cozycabingames.com should have the socials, and that should have the Discord there. So if I click on that bad boy, there she goes. Yep. But yeah, I'm gonna have to update this website a little bit. We're gonna have to do some updates here, baby. Gonna make this nice and Y2K. Y2K. Yeah, if you guys are interested in the game dev updates and just the stuff we're doing, the Discord's there. I think last week I did the first dev update in a while, and then we're gonna be doing some play tests there. Can I please find the Discord? I would like to find a ding Discord. Hey, sweet Andrew. I'm glad to have you aboard, man. Hopefully it could be a good resource to you. And hey, there you go. Here you go. Welcome aboard. And then where is the thing I'm looking for? I was looking for the dev updates. Here we go, dev updates. Yeah, so every like 2 weeks, I post some videos and dev updates and explain some of the stuff we're developing in a little bit more technical detail. A little bit more technical detail, but not too much technical detail, but just enough technical details to be kind of cool. Oh, brother. But yeah. At last, we have gotten out of Sage mode, and now we're back to the bare problems that we have to deal with, which is how do I sample my lighting? Good morning. What's up, Big Dreaming? Dig the name. Good morning to you. I know that well in advance, but in internet PR logic, it helps to generate visibility for your main channel. I know that's a problem, though. I have this moral conundrum where I'm like, I like trying to be very authentic. And I did shorts in the past, and it was fun and everything, but if I feel like shorts are morally, I'm not going to say morally reprehensible, but I think the effects of shorts outweigh the positives, then I may just refuse to, even though we work really good for shorts, I think. I don't know. I have to think about it. What's your game about? What are you trying to make it do? Yeah, let me show you guys. So I'm gonna show you the game. We're in the test area. And let me just get rid of all this. Don't need all that. And get rid of this. Come on. So it's a simple 2.5D pixel platformer. About cleaning. If we can play. Please play. Oh no. It's all pink. 1 second. Why are we pink? Did the bad shader man hurt you? 1 second. No, we're using vertex image. Okay. Interesting. Why is this all pink? 1 second. Don't do this to me. I want. Oh, there's an error within here. Why? What is the error that we have here? Identifier v2f. In what? Oh! I know what happened. These should be commented out as well. Okay, now we're good. Let me show you what we're talking about. Let me show you what's actually going on here. So I have this 2.5D pixel platformer. 1 sec. Written in, well, it's in Unity, but we're doing a lot of weird, spicy stuff. We've made our own rendering pipeline, so we're using our own lighting system, no Unity lighting components at all. We did our own normal like calculation shader for the player, so instead of using normal maps, we actually do this in the fragment surface shader. That's cool. And we implemented a bunch of cool, weird, fun light sources that Unity doesn't have, or actually just one specifically, really. Because you have point lights, you have cone lights, but then we have this line light thing, which is pretty sick. This you don't have in Unity. And the big thing we're trying to do now is implement some volumetric lighting so that not only is there fog when you're far away, but if there's like particles here, for example, they would be lit the same way like how if you have a foggy room and then like you shoot a laser, you can actually see a laser across it. That's what we're going to try to do. So we're kind of extending and modifying this rendering pipeline I have concocted to enable us to have this volumetric lighting. Goes brrrr, yeah. I love that line light, dude. I think that's so cool. I think it's actually so sick, and I think as a level designer, I'm gonna be able to do some cool stuff. And then as soon as I get this done, if I either get volumetric lighting working or not, we're gonna start working on making the hub world. Because I have designs. I already have designs. When in Puerto Rico, I got inspiration. We got designs. It's great. The greatest designs ever. The best designs, really. It's gonna be the best hub world. We will make the cabin cozy again. But yeah, we're gonna be doing some stuff here. What am I doing? Where's the shaders? Oh really? It's not there. Utilities, no. Damage, track, cozy light system. Light model, there we go. Python, no, I'm using, so this is HLSL. This is GPU shader language. I think HLSL is made by Microsoft. It stands for high level shader language or shading language, I don't know. So it lets you do code that's executed on the actual, you can think about it as like the fragments or pixels or whatever of the surfaces of objects or on the screen entirely. It's pretty cool. And then for the CPU side, we're using C#. Good old classic C#. And I think we could just calculate. Yeah, and because we defined this. What did I call it? Come on, go up. Thank you. World space position. Is that wrong? Why are you wrong? You should be a float 3, right? Thank you, Angie. Just got into coding, learning basic Python uses and stuff. I'm super interested, but my teacher isn't very good. Yeah, that seems to be kind of a case for a lot of programming stuff. I have a lot of strong opinions about the language you use to learn, because I do believe the language you start learning with does affect the way you think about coding and programming, and can very much have significant impacts on how you deal or work with programs, or how you code. So I have opinions, strong opinions. But we'll see. But if you need someone for translation in Portuguese, count me. I'm Brazilian. Hey, for real, Andrew? I was actually thinking about that. Okay, so that's actually one thing I was going to work on. Is the next thing after I finish this graphic stuff is one of the things I was thinking about doing was doing this translation, because I have localizable text, but I'm going to change it so that all the translations and dialogues will be stored within like a simple CSV format, so that anyone who doesn't know anything about coding could easily go into here and modify or translate pre-existing texts, and then having everything access it not through any scriptable objects from Unity, but instead through this CSV like database or through an ID of some sort. That's something I'm thinking about. And I was like, all right, I can translate Spanish. I'm fine with that. I'm probably going to find some people online, but if you're down for that kind of thing, I might hit you up, okay? That would actually be really sick. It'll be a paid thing. I'll pay you for that too. It's a high school class I'm taking, and he's the only teacher at the moment. Yep. And I bet you the teacher, I don't know, man, I'm not going to... What I've seen is that oftentimes the teacher who's dragged into teaching computer science wasn't actually studying computer science, or may have not studied it. They may have just gone, hey, you did a course once, try teaching it. A 2D character inside a 3D world. Yep, I think it's interesting, Rodrigo. It's kind of been very interesting, the set of problems you encounter when dealing with that. But I think if we can solve those problems really well, we can end up with something very cool. Oh, and this is the problem here. Yeah, because light process needs this stuff. It takes in a world normal, but the world normal that's ideal for what we're doing is going to be different per... Yep. So we need to make a new light process for fog specifically. Okay, so I'm going to give you my... Huto, I'm going to give you my take, okay? My strong take. You're doing a class in Python. That's fine. Do your thing. I think that's clever. Didn't know you could do with CSVs, only thought with JSON. No, any data... Brother, you can make your own data format. In fact, I might even do my own data format. You can do a data format where it's like, hey, like... The way we're going to structure data is I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do a bracket or something, or I don't know, money sign, and do something else. And then like I'm going to terminate a line with like a mark. Okay, I defined a new type of file. It's called the money bang format .mmb. That's my file format. If you write the parser for it, you can make any kind of file format. I've made my own file format for work. Like file formats are really just arbitrary, dude. you can encode, you can make a CSV file, but then end it with .json. And if you parse it right, it'll work just fine. Like file formats are really just hints. They're not, like they're nothing special.
But yeah, like that's a big thing for me because I'm like, if I start hiring other people, they shouldn't have to know anything technical, right? If you're like Cindy, who's a 40-year-old translator, and you're like the best translator for, I don't know, Mandarin Chinese, like there's a good chance you probably don't know Unity and don't know what GitHub is and don't know what like any of this stuff is. But you do probably know what a CSV file is or what Excel or Google Sheets, and I can just send you a link to Google Sheets and you can add the data there and I can just joint that and throw that into the game. So like that's a boundary where there could be a lot of friction, so we're going to make it very easy for them. Having one centralized place for all that kind of stuff will make things super easy. And then like what I'm thinking is that I can do a cool thing where we're gonna have the CSV, and in each line of dialogue is gonna be some kind of index, you know, in the like one line. It's like line 0 or 1 or line 2 or whatever. And I don't know how I'm gonna go about it. I'm still thinking about it, but I'm thinking maybe I might just make a massive enum with all the dialogues tied to the index, and I could be like, hey, I don't know, Dudeski encounters, I don't know, Freya or something, and that would be like dialogue option index 0 or whatever. I don't know, I'm thinking about it. I'm still thinking about how I want to architect this solution to make it easier for me, because there's also other things. There's not just text that has to be synchronized with dialogue. There's also images that pop up. We have the dialogue system. I can show you in another level. There's other things that need to be synchronized with it. But I think it's pretty neat. I think it's pretty cool. So we're gonna have a day where we just go on stream and architect that solution. I think it's gonna be pretty simple, and we don't have that much dialogue, so it should be fine to translate it. We just have to make a CSV parser or use an existing one. I might just write my own just for funsy onesies, because why not? And just have a go at it. Because life is too short to not write a CSV parser at least once. You know what I'm saying? Position? Wait, does Unity expose their light data too? Splits far and near? That's okay. Maybe I could have done more things had I known that I have access to that. Oh, live and learn, right? Light. Okay, I don't even remember my own functions. What are my own data members? What are the global functions that or data I have here? Light data type. Just positions. I just named it positions. What a dumbo, dude. I should have named it at least light positions. Oh, brother, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I have to deal with the consequences of my actions. I have to deal with the consequences of my actions. I forgot what that meme was. Thank you, sometimes upload, question mark. I'm glad you dig it. I am quite fond of it too. Yeah, what was that video that kid? I forgot. All the memes over the years have blended into like just this amalgamous goop, primordial soup of just different quotes by different people. Position is to be the final minus initial, which is going to be positions. No. World position, yep. Are you using Linux with i3? Yes, sir, Andre. Ubuntu with i3 and PyCom for compositing. It is quite fantastic indeed. Okay, and then we're gonna have our in-out point luminance, point color composite, and total. These are in-outs. They're defined somewhere. I don't know where. Where is your usages? You're used here, I believe. And we start with luminance of 1, composite 0, total lights 0. Sick. Okay. So going back to our volumetric shader, now that we have these variants that exist, I can supply... Oh, I didn't even need to copy them. They'd already existed here for me. So now I can just do light process fog. Do you be using Linux to program C# and Unity while programming a CRT Mario with IBM key? You already know it, Doug. What a chat. I'm not a chat enough, man. If I was truly chat, I'd get rid of this mouse and just use the IBM mouse instead, but I'm kind of weak. I'm kind of weak-willed. I like having a scroll wheel of some sort. Actually, I need to get a ball and track a ball mouse. There's so much to do, man. So much to do. But it's okay. We're not perfect. We live on and continue on, and we just get better sometimes. Did I not include the math sequency dependency here? I guess I didn't. That's going to make things a little bit awkward. I'm pretty sure that this created an issue last time because I used... Yeah. Hopefully this doesn't cause problems for me. Are the way, bro. I have one and I love it. Really? It's actually good. I see the cabin is cozy as always. But what about you? How are you? Timirka, I appreciate you. Thank you for, like, not to say that I've been wanting someone to ask me that, but it's nice to acknowledge that the cabin is cozy. And wondering if I'm cozy. I'm very cozy. Thank you for asking. I spent 2 weeks in Puerto Rico. Guys, do not take it for granted what you have. Okay? Because I love my trip in Puerto Rico, and I think I was being taught a lesson going there. I think God was saying, hey, you rely on being in control so much. I'm going to take that control away from you. You're not going to have control, dog. And you're going to have to deal with things you're not used to. One of them was no AC. That's fine. Like, it's not great, but you deal with it. The other thing, though, was, in the best case, an OSHA violation. In the worst case, gambling with death or electroshock therapy. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, having to take a shower with an outlet, an open outlet, just there, just casually, just, in the shower, as you, because, what if you want to plug in a toaster and make toast while you're showering? Sounds like one thing. That was one thing. I had to use my laptop with Windows 11. Being stripped of my perfect Linux setup and using that was very frustrating, kind of, but not that bad, but still kind of bad. Had to deal, and also, had to deal with, like, a lot of stuff. Big cockroaches the size of your palms. I had a shower with a lizard and a frog there. I just accepted my fate. Just said I had to accept it. There's a spider that was always in the toilet that I couldn't kill. He was too fast for me. So I just accepted it. He was my friend. For the 2 weeks, that spider was my friend. I gave up. I was, you know what? I can't kill you, so I'm just going to accept you. Okay? You just learn. You just learn. No signal, very little signal. If I got any signal, I had to walk around to maybe just watch a YouTube video. Constant heat. But hey, the sights were beautiful and it gave me a lot of inspiration. But I'm super happy to be back home. Also, I hate flights. I hate being in planes. I know planes are safer than driving, but there's something about just not that in driving I'm in control of the steering wheel, whereas in the airplane I just have to be trusting that the pilot is having a good day and he's feeling great and wants to keep living, and just accept the fact that I'm defying like nature by being 24,000 feet in the air. Just have to accept it and just whatever happens happens. But I'm doing much better being back home, being back in my basement, being back working on games. So thank you for asking, Timirka. Mine is a modern one from Logitech. I should link it to me. I'd like to try it out. May show me how to create a package I mean, what kind of package are we talking about, dog? Box, item, stamp. That's great, Terrell. Hey, I just came here. May I know what's going on here? I'm curious what you're creating. Are you doing a challenge? No, I'm just making a game. Yep. Yeah, let me show you. Both pilots, both pilots. Hoping both pilots are happy and you know, are hopefully not getting divorced that day and didn't lose the house and the kids. Just hope the pilots are just really good with living. So let me show you what I'm working on. If it will allow me to. 1 second. We're just going to comment some stuff out. Just give me a moment as I get things back into working order. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm going to be a little redundant. I'm repeating myself. But hey, you know what? Honestly, I like repeating myself because it's great because I don't have to code during that and we don't have to get exposed. I'm not getting exposed for not actually implementing the thing I said I was going to try to implement and being shown as a fraud. So this is the game I'm working on. Thajin. It's a simple 2.5D pixel platformer made in Unity, but we're doing a lot of weird stuff. We're basically making our own engine within Unity, kind of. We wrote our own lighting system, own lighting pipeline, and the big thing we're working on right now is trying to get some volumetric lighting so that the same way that you can see the path of a laser in a foggy room, you'd be able to see things like the shape of this light source and its cone. You'd see like kind of a sphere, not only on the ground, but also up here and there and in the lines, and it'll be great and powerful, and we can make beautiful environments and scenes with this. And we're doing this by modifying our lighting pipeline to take into account light source points or sample points that do not have a normal associated with it. So we can just get the general luminance of a point without factoring in luminance. Yes, I am using a CRT. What's up, Sathone? That's super teasy. I need a monitor setup like that. Run Doom 1 and 3, and yep, that's all you need. And it's not even that crazy. I got this monitor for like, I think $50 at, 50 or $60 at a vintage festival. And like, I got this one for $20. By the way, I have another CRT here. If you think this is too much CRTs, look over here. Auxiliary secondary CRT monitor, because why not? Why not also have another CRT? And then the adapter is like $20. I paid $5 for this VCR to deal with the power conditioning, but maybe you might not even have that issue at all. You can just go straight to that. TLDR though, you can have this level of peak too with the green button. You could have this as well. You just gotta either go onto Facebook Marketplace or go to a vintage festival or whatnot, and then you can find the converters on Amazon. It's not that bad. By the way, I'm using Rider. Rider is a great JetBrains IDE for C# and some shader business. Your main project now, would love to see. Have you created other games? I made some other games. I made the last one I made was like, it's weird. So I have a bunch of other games that are in progress, but I haven't published. This is the main current one, and then there's a backlog of games that I've made before that are significantly also developed. But I had this thing called a development kit. And the first game I was working on was called Crimson Crown. And it was a very complex game. And then I have this development kit that's basically a bunch of core functionalities that are necessary for making a game that I don't want to have to keep rewriting for every single game. So it handles things like saving your game and loading your progress and a bunch of other stuff like shaders and all this, whatever. But I realized the game project was too complex for what I was doing, and that I needed to make a simpler game to stress test this core development kit before throwing it at a more complicated game project. So this game is a new one. I started like a year ago. That's significantly smaller and less complex, and it's called Messy Mansion. That's the main one. I have another game I'm working on in my free time, a side project, which is my own game engine, which is made to be an editor that is meant to work like Vim and allows me to like design levels without having to leave my keyboard, so that I can just like place things down here, and then maybe go forward and place things down here in the foreground. And then maybe I want to go in the background and place things there, you know? And then maybe I want to have some other assets around here. I don't know. Oh, game crash. Seg fault. Whoa, what was I? Let's see if the game actually runs this time. There's bugs I'm dealing with. It's okay. It's part of the process. But yeah, a bunch of projects that we're working on here. What can I say? I like coding, man. Coding's fun. Yeah, there's a weird collision thing I'm dealing with. I have to modify the collision system a little bit. Yep, it's working though. There's the dude. Maybe my code actually works. Nope, it doesn't. There's that case. Yeah, never mind. But yes, a bunch of different stuff, and then, yeah. I don't know, man. I just like coding, and I just rotate between projects. But this is the main one, the Messy Mansion one, the 3D platformer one. That's the main one, and hopefully get it out and have it working on web and WebGL and the Steam Deck, and then maybe do Switch or some other platforms or Xbox. But I don't know about Switch, just because I don't like the company and what they're doing with this console. So I'm like, maybe I vote with my game publishing, but who knows? Working on a Wolfenstein 3D style game for a school project. See, that's cool, Sathane. That's pretty sick, dude. That's actually really sick. I'll have to see some of the work whenever you have something to show, or if you have something to show. I think sometimes we need these shakeups, crazy weeks before quiet months. Yeah, I think this trip is what I needed, man. I think I needed it. I think I was too comfortable in my environment, and we needed to get thrown out of here. Albedo. This is doing the compositing. Oh yeah. So we have to think about because right now we just need the total luminance here. We don't care about the albedo color or shadow color. What we just care about is is there luminance here and how intensity and what the color is. And then we'll handle the compositing in this other function. So maybe I just keep this commented out. And then we don't do the lit color at all. And we just deal with, and we don't get rid of the fog. Not doing the fog. And do the fog pass color and all this stuff. Do you have to recode the entire game for the specific platform, or just change small things? For Unity and C#, usually it's fine as is. It depends if you're using any. If you're just using C#, Unity, basic stuff, it should be fine. The more tied to platform-specific things, you might have to do some changes here and there. It's not that hard though, and you don't have to recode it. You can, like, in the worst case, do like these pragmas in the C# code to be like, hey, the general one I use, like, if editor, it'll do something, or if, is there like Linux? Yeah, Unity editor Linux, you can do different things and then have the same code be implemented differently. It's not that hard though. For the game engine one, it's gonna be more involved, especially since I'm doing like WebGL. It means I have to make my code work good for both like Windows and Linux and WebGL using mscripten, and there's some minor changes I have to do to the code. Like, for example, mscripten can't have const expression strings of, I think, greater than 32 characters. So I have to do something about that. There's a bunch of stuff, but it's not that crazy. Is the money good in game dev? I heard the hours are extremely long. Well, I can't really say because I don't work in game dev. I work in VR and I work in like a medical VR type situation. I enjoy it. I love it, and the company's been really good for me. It's been a really good company to work for, and very chill, and I enjoy the work that I do, and I think it's meaningful. So I work in game dev purely out of enjoyment and fun, without any things like market pressures or having to pay my mortgage to like stress the game making process. If I had to rely on games for income for everything, that would kind of suck the joy out of it for me, because now there's like this, I don't know, but that's my assumption, because all of a sudden, like, I have to be very careful about how I spend my time, and it's no longer just making it for the fun of it or for what I think is creatively cool and whatnot. It's, I have to actually try to appeal to market forces so I can actually generate some return, and hopefully that should consistently provide money to support myself. But I know people who work in games and they seem to enjoy it, and especially in the bigger companies, there's a lot more perks to it. Hi, would you recommend someone to start a course to learn code, or is it too difficult, stressful to someone to learn? Nah, Spoons, you just learn code as you do. Like, okay, that's not a great advice. Nah, man, just learn a code the way you feel like, man. People are built different. There's some people who want to do some code, like some courses to get a familiarity with it. There's other people who like starting like with an end goal and then trying to find the pieces they need to get to that end goal. That's the way I am. So the way I would be is like, hey, I'm gonna set an end goal. Like maybe I want to make a simple game, like a 2D platformer or something. And then I don't know how to get there, so we're gonna try to figure it out. Maybe start by choosing the engine and Googling about that, and then from there, okay, how do you make a thing move in this engine, and then go from there. That way tutorials are not the end goal for you. They're instead stepping stones towards what you're trying to do. But if we're talking programming in general, like, man, I have opinions. But yeah, making your own level editor before most of the development is really great. Yeah, it's helpful. It makes development much less painful, because like Unity engine's great, but it's an engine meant to appeal to the most people, and it's not an engine molded to fit me. So the way I interact with the engine is usually suboptimal to how I want to interact with it normally. So, you know, it's just a different thing. Fog pass color. Yeah, we don't need this. All we really need to return. What do we need to return? Float 4, which is probably the composite color, and then we'll have A be like, yeah, I guess just like the intensity. I don't know. I guess it'll be luminance, light composite and luminance. I guess. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm gonna do. So I'll construct a new float 4 and structure it that way. X, Y, Z, we're gonna do a little swizzling and then luminance. I got the file parser we have to extract from a file in a specific format. Player movement and rotation. Now I'm working on the Raycaster thing, cooking. That's sick, Sathane. That's pretty sick to see, man. Also, thank you, Brandon. I appreciate the respect. I'll be on my way to sleep now. Thanks for the chat and have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, Andrew. You have a good one, man. Take care. Big peace. It's like being a mechanic. Everyone thinks it's cool working on cars until it consumes your life. Yeah, it just kind of does, dude. I wouldn't think I was going to be a programmer, but here we are, coding like a bunch of hours every day, both for work and then out of work. But I love it. But yeah, that's kind of how it is, man. You just end up with car parts in your room that you say, hey, eventually I'll get to do stuff with it. I'm going to do the change I want to do, or make that upgrade I want to do, or that swap. What's your thoughts on AI? I'm studying comp sci right now, and I plan on becoming a full stack dev with the MERN stack. But I'm worried that AI will be able to do my job, which would make my effort useless. I don't think it's going to remove jobs, honestly. I think Jonathan Blow's take is pretty good. I think AI is going to remove a bunch of the low-level Like, it sounds bad. But, like, it's going to impact the lower skill people, let's say that, or lower knowledge or experience or whatever, right? But people who actually have, like, that general knowledge and that good understanding that you kind of get from just learning things the hard way and getting a bunch of information peripheral to yourself, the less likely to be replaced by AI, I believe you are. What am I even looking at? Love it. I'm glad you dig it, though. I'm glad you dig it, Ankit Kumar. Money. Entry-level jobs are going to vanish. College is going to become more difficult as a result. Yeah. So, like, and this may sound counterintuitive because, like, people, they say AI is very helpful for learning, and it is in some sense if you're trying to go from point A to point B. But if you decide to take the side quests and learn all the side information and all this kind of stuff, you're going to have a better foundation and understanding of computers and computing environments. And that kind of knowledge and insight is not going to be replaced for AI. Because at the end of the day, the weight of someone's opinion or direction or guidance for a project who has successfully led projects before or have engaged with these different types of technologies or implemented these non-trivial things or extensive things is going to outweigh whatever is generated by an AI who maybe have been exposed to a bunch of different things but is subject to the normal bell curve of the data they've been trained on and, you know, may not be specific or domain specific enough for what they're doing, right? Because, of course, there's other factors, too. Like, the data that they're trained on is usually normative public data, right? The stuff that's not too crazy or novel or unique. But if you're dealing within a workplace or an environment or something where you're dealing with a closed system that isn't exposed to AI that's very bespoke or unique, or maybe you're dealing with a scenario where you're working with patented code, which isn't exposed anywhere and is closed source, that there's no way the AI has been taught to use that, then, like, you know, that's a place where only a person with experience can actually operate. And of course, there's the thing of accountability, right? If AI does things wrong and it causes like a huge delay, like there's no accountability that can be had there, right? What do you say to shareholders? Which I hate, like the whole idea of like shareholders and all that kind of stuff, but like that's the corporate environment we work in, right? And that's kind of the conversation that happens. How do you explain to them that things got delayed because the AI architect you had tasked to start working and developing this extensive feature turned out to have done things wrong or not understand the specifications, and a misunderstanding of specifications causes causes the team to have to rewrite things significantly and delay things. There's no accountability that can be had there, and there's no person you can answer to for that kind of thing. Won't be a thing anymore, right? We should have to go straight to mid-level or senior level development. That's like the worst case scenario. I think if companies are covering their butts, they're still going to maintain junior level positions or intern positions, not because they need them necessarily, but because they want to have future senior developers, and that's how you get them, right? I started as a junior developer. So that's a terrible way of thinking about it, of like, hey, they're gonna have to force certain positions to be open so they can still have an inflow of knowledge. But I don't know. I was doing the parser for some format and then was caught up with this idea of making my own format as I found some stuff no one tried doing. 2 months in, and I'm doing that instead of my diploma. Hey, that's what I'm talking. What was it? Were you there earlier in the stream when I was talking about how data types and formats are all fairy dust, mythical? They're not real. Like, you can encode CSV data into JSON, and as long as you know how to parse it like a CSV file, you're fine. Like, or making your own text files. Let me show you guys how you make a file format. Here's how you make a file format, guys. Also, what's up, Max? Good to see you here. Good to see you, Max Cuban. Good to see you. No. I have an alarm apparently. Alright guys, we're gonna make our own file format. We're gonna do, I don't know, example dot, I don't know, DD mega doo-doo. All right, and we're gonna be encoding data like this. You're gonna first do like, I don't know, you're probably put your first name, and then you're gonna put your delimiter. In this case, the delimiter we're gonna use for this new file format is gonna be 3 @ symbols plus a I don't know, D. And then you're gonna put in your social security number. All right, another delimiter. And then the way you know that you get to go to the next line is you say, I don't know, 16,000 hashtags. And then every single entry for this data format is gonna be this. And each one's a person. Perfect, save. Congratulations, guys, we have our new file format. We have our new file format, dude. What are you making though? I see Unity, so probably C#. I see JetBrains, so C-Line. I see Vim and extensions and a high chance of Linux. I see the thing at the top, I'm guessing is Windows Manager. Yep. No, you're right. You're right on the money. Big Kumar, you are right on the money, dude. Make thing is Qtile. Nope. It's i3. Arch, by the way. I use Arch, by the way. Yep, got it. I'm surprised you didn't start with that. You got to start with Arch. That's the most important thing about you right now. Hey guys, by the way, I'm an Arch user. By the way, I'm better than you. By the way, just for you guys know, I'm up here and you're down here in the totem pole. No, I'm a simple Ubuntu user. So you got it right almost 90% right. So yes, I'm using Ubuntu, using i3 Window Manager. Got that. I am using Unity for this game. Got that. I'm using Rider for C# though and HLSL graphics coding. But I do have C-Line open here for my own game engine because, of course, we're going to have this other game engine project open on the side because why not? Sometimes you want to switch between those two things. But you got to I use Arch also. Only people who have nuked their system, spent hours reinstalling, understand the accomplishment of having it work for 6 months straight. 6 months, no incidents in 6 months. What an accomplishment. Yeah, one day I'll switch to Arch. But for now, I want to spend my time actually making this game. Still working on part 2. Dude, I'm not rushing you. I dig the liminal. If you guys don't know, Max Cubing, he's in the Discord. He posted this sick video. That's like a very liminal space. It's very much heavy into the liminal spaces. Show your stuff. Yeah, he posted this video up here. I quite enjoyed it, especially since I'm very fond of liminal spaces. So I'm not gonna rip his whole flow here, but if you're into that kind of thing, check it out, peep it out, man. I use Windows 11. Oops. Well, unfortunately, I've been using Windows 11 for the past 2 weeks as well, so I can't really dog on you, man. It's been quite a pain. Light color. Oh, so I have to actually use light color, not the composite. And that should be correct. And then luminance, this clamp, final lighting values. It should be some 0, 1 range. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so what are we gonna do here now? We have our sampling thing. So now we should be able to get this, but now we have to start figuring out how we're gonna propagate per fragment outwards towards the world a set number of sample points to check to see like, hey, all right, here's the camera and this is the way we're facing. Check this pixel and then this, and check this point in space and this point in space and this point in space until we and sample how many different points are there. This is in world space as well, so we're gonna have to like do this relative to that. Unless I want to do a conversion to the camera local space, I could potentially do that, and that way I'm using fixed indices. In which case, I think I already do that for some of the fog code I did. I may actually do that already. Lit color, fog color, clamp, camera distance times fog distance. Okay, where do we get camera distance from? Where do we get you from? If you can find the camera distance, I think we're golden. I think we just need to convert from that local space coordinate to world space coordinate, and then we're good to go. I enjoy working on it, so no one can rush me. Oh, beautiful. Exactly, Max Keeper. That's how you're supposed to be, man. That's how you're supposed to do it. Don't let no one rush you. Just enjoy the sauce. The same way I'm enjoying the sauce. This game, remember, this game was supposed to be done in 2 weeks, and then here we are a year later still working on it because I decided to feature creep and make it cooler and better and badder and add this crazy lighting stuff to it. But hey, I think the game's gonna look way different. The fog is coming. Oh my goodness. Peak. By the way, I game on this too. Like, I actually play real games on this. Like, I play actual games on this. I was playing, like, I did a stream a while ago where I was playing Peak. Let's check. No. NV top. Where are we sitting at utilization? Yeah, it should be fine. I think it should be fine. Is that the Steam I'm thinking of? Why did it search up Pavu audio? Extracting package? Download. What did I typed in Steam. Extracting package. We're a Linux user. Yeah, we are Linux users. Why not? It's just, you can do everything Linux, dog. Actually, doing art on this is pretty cool too. It looks really sick. Okay, unpacking Steam runtime. Why did it did that whole thing, that whole song and dance? I feel like I'm being I feel like there's something. I'm learning things about my computer that I didn't even know. Beautiful. Beautiful. No, I don't want to start update the no. Ooh, the autumn sale's on happening right now. It doesn't feel like autumn over here. Stop. I need my network bandwidth. Don't do this to me. Okay, what do we got here? We got Red Dead Redemption. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting a little distracted here a little bit. Death Stranding. Pal World. Ooh, I kind of want to get Pal World, dude. Atomic Heart's there, too. Sheesh. No Man's Sky. Oh, brother. I'm going to be spending some money. Is Star Loris good? I don't know. Yeah, we playing games on here, man. We be playing games. Maybe I'll play some later. Who knows? Yeah, Steam sales go insane, dude. My Steam Deck is so filled with games I have yet to play. It is peak. Yeah, peak is pretty peak, dude. And peak actually looks pretty good on the monitor as well, man. You know what? A game that would look really good, that's perfect for this. Okay, 1 second. We're gonna take a little detour. I'm sorry, guys. I can't help it. All right. I think I downloaded it. Where is it? Where is Hypnospace? Hypnospace. It's like the game meant for this. Like, this is the game that's meant for this setup. If there's a game that was meant for this setup, it was this game. I mean, I haven't tried it to see if it works on here. I played it on my laptop. But we're going to find out right now. We're going to see if Hypno OS works good. Tender Shoot. My boy Jay Tholen made this game. Okay, this doesn't seem to be the right resolution. Hey, my save file is actually here, though. So it's not the great resolution. Never mind. It's actually kind of... This actually works, though. This actually works good. I just need to change the settings, because I'm not sure if it accounted for the fact that I'm actually using... Can I even read this? I can't even read this, dude. Can you guys read this? Controls, display. And now it's not even rendering. I'm not even seeing the screen. Oh, my brother. Okay, so maybe I can't play this game the way I wanted to. Oh well. Oh, I can't even. Can we rather do this? Confirm. I wish there was a way to navigate this using only a keyboard without having to tab like crazy. Stop! I don't want to update the finals. Stop it, dude. Stop. I said I don't want it. I don't want it. She can't see anymore? Yeah, it went away. She went away. It went away from me. Went away for you. Went away for everyone. Good game, though. Good game. Run that Project Zomboid. Oh, yeah, there is a Project Zomboid. I bet Project Zomboid should work fine. It's cool playing. It's cool playing like old games like Half-Life and whatnot. No drun. What's drun? Okay, Timurka, you said, I meant formats for a specific case to represent graphs in human-readable AST. Oh, interesting. And I'm more or less focusing on library and API. I'm having fun, but I'm already wrapping things up. I'll come back later. That's sick, though. I'm actually interested in how you go about representing graphs in a human-readable form. I'm actually very curious about that, because that's actually a problem space I have to actually like navigate for real, actual applications. D menu, bro. Oh, no, yeah, no D menu. Haven't done no D menu. I should probably learn it or install it or use it. Heard of it, never tried it. Maybe I'll check it out. What are you making? I'm making some volumetric fog. I'll show you in a second because I think we're close to having something visible. But we'll see. But yeah, we're trying to get some nice volumetric fog so that our light sources can pop up, given a certain level of particles in the air, quote unquote, or density, air density, or whatever, air pollution, what have you. I have to think about it. I'm trying to remember. Because I have, looking through this shader code, I'm like, all right, I forgot what things are where and how and why. And I think we do directions, shadows. I think it's in a fog. Yeah, fog color. And then we have the fog matrix. Okay, the camera, beautiful. We have the camera matrix, transform matrix. It's camera world to local, beautiful. It's kind of annoying to have a terminal open for every time I want to run an app. I don't know, man. I kind of like it. I mean, i3 has a thing if I want to run an app to do just Pavu controller or Steam or whatever. It's just, for whatever reason, I find myself just opening a terminal and doing stuff because I always find that after I'm done using it, I can use the terminal for something else. But i3's solution for getting an app and running it is actually pretty good. What do you make, dude? Some volumetric fog. We're trying to make some volumetric fog, and we're almost there. We're almost there to trying it. We're gonna see. I'm gonna show you guys in a second, okay? I'm gonna show you guys in a second. Please just be patient. I know. Usually I'm quick to show you the thing, but I think we're close. We're on the cusp. We're on the cusp. I should have find the usages. Yeah, that's what I was doing here. I was trying to find usages of this because I'm trying to remember how exactly. Or maybe I should just do %s. I mean, just search. Here we go. Here's where we do the calculation. Okay, and this is converting. It's converting a world space position to a local space position. We want to do the opposite. We want to take a local space position and convert it into a Yeah, local space position converted to a world space position. So we're gonna have to actually, I might have to actually update this to take in an inverse projection matrix. And there's probably a way to invert this matrix. I just don't know. So I'm just gonna pass in an actual inverted matrix, and then I'll learn about the maths later, and we'll do that optimization. Learn the maths. We're gonna make it a to-do. Do better. We're gonna shame ourselves a little bit. We're gonna shame ourselves a little bit better. A little bit, but sometimes you gotta do that. And at least I know that the way I was gonna multiply the matrix is actually makes sense. So in the volumetric here, I'm gonna do some iteration and we're gonna be able to do this. Easier than Hyperland. I couldn't even get Hyperland to run properly. What is, so I don't really know Hyperland. I've heard people mention it and I see some cool stuff, but it's pretty wild. i3 has built-in D menu like menu. I don't use i3 Hyperland for me. Now before you accuse me of being unmarky, I use my own config. Super T's might be that you didn't set up Wayland properly, but your opinion, I guess. That's how it is, man. Yeah, I'm kind of simple. The most I do like is for i3 I might custom nope. Okay, keep in mind, guys, even though I use this quite a lot, I'm actually more accustomed to my split keyboard, so my typing's not always great, all right? But yeah, my custom command or config for this is largely just rebinding stuff and then setting up my CRT monitor. So like setting up XRAN to have the proper resolutions and whatnot. And some other stuff, but it's nothing too crazy. It's largely just rebinding stuff. Base config. When failing at coding. Well, that's kind of an interesting thing, right? Do you... Because there's like some presuppositions there. Because you feel bored. You're saying that when you're failing at code, you're bored, right? So it makes me wonder what failing is to you. Like, is it when a bug isn't, you have a bug and you can't solve it, or maybe the project you're working on isn't interesting to you? Because like when I'm failing at or failing to solve a problem, I'm not usually bored necessarily. I'm much more consumed by that puzzle. Like, it's a puzzle for me and I find it interesting, and I just want to know the solution. Don't spoil it for me, man. Let me figure it out. Even if I'm stuck, it's not necessarily boring for me. So I guess that's the question, is what is failing, first of all? Because this might be a thing about intrinsics versus extrinsic motivations too. Yeah, light config. I think it's called cozy light config. If I'm not mistaken. Or light settings, yeah. Where do we set? There's a properties here somewhere for the camera. There's gotta be. Intensities, light data. Yeah, here we go. World. That's for sun. No. Where's camera? Here we go. Camera local to world. Just make things you like. Make things for yourself. Yep. That's definitely the solution for me. Here we go. So you have these two things now. Camera, local to world. Where are you used? Because it's probably just like one place. Yeah, here. Set global matrix. So we're just going to do the inverse of this. And then we're going to do local to world matrix. I think there's some simple transformation between these two things. Like some inverse transformation. I just don't know how Unity encodes this data. But I think it should be it should be the same, because like linear algebra, matrix multiplication should be relatively similar. Or they're basically representing the same data. It just might be a different way of how they organize it. Because I know OpenGL has their own way of organizing it versus other APIs, and I'm not sure how Unity does it, but... Hey, brother. Let me see here. Okay, thanks. Are you more interested in one ACT representation in sets of nodes and edges with attributes? Attach them directly or contextually, or two efficient serialization representations? Probably first one. I'm interested in that. The second one, I mean... That's also very important and interesting too. I'm kind of interested how you're going to achieve the second one while still having it be human readable. Also, I don't know what AST representation is. But yeah, there's a problem space I'm tackling. And I'm probably going to be in a position, because I think I mentioned I have a file format. On the same topic you described, I made my own file format for something I had to do. And now I'm in this position where, okay, this file format worked for what it was intended to do, but I would like to make a new version of this file format that is much more easily human readable and doesn't require information that isn't needed and is easier to work with. I think it's older than IBM. It's a 1985 IBM Model M. I'm sorry, I just have a Tmux and phone. I'm sorry, what? Termux? What is that? Also, why are you apologizing? I'm not trying to put you down, by the way. I'm just literally asking for clarification. Because depending on what you define as failure, it changes how we might try to, prescribe or describe different approaches to this. Yeah, that's literally it. An editor. Oh, this would be good too, because then we can... Yeah, but no shame in the game. No shame for asking. Honestly, I wish I asked more questions in my life. And I think the times I did ask questions, it turned out to be a very big benefit for me. To world. Abstract syntax tree. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. It's a shell for Android. Interesting. Loki, I've been thinking about topping off Android and using one of the other Linux for mobile solutions that are out there, because I really want to get out of here, man. So shame here, just ambiguous grilt. Not a problem. It makes everyone dizzy at the start, but you'll... maybe I'm... sorry, I have Termux on phone. Maybe I'm like installing tools and not doing anything because it makes me dizzy seeing lots of code. Oh, okay, then yeah. You're suffering from... I think there's something very common where like you see all this stuff that's going on in the computer or even in other environments, and it's kind of overwhelming because there's all this stuff that exists before you. And that's like, you're not alone if you're suffering from that. I think everyone who does coding suffers from that. Like there's that whole evil abstractions where it's like, okay, we have all this complexity and now it's very hard for anyone to actually get into this thing because there's so much code and so many different objects doing different things, and it becomes difficult to make changes or get a feel for what's going on. Programming a game? Yeah, we're using C#, which is basically Microsoft Java. Also, what's up, Pigeon? Good to see you. But yeah, I'm trying to like, I don't know. But yeah, going back to you though, man. So don't feel overwhelmed. And honestly, it's okay. Like, I'm not sure what you're doing specifically, what your thing is. If it's like just dealing with all the stuff of like configuring your own Linux environment, that's one thing. If it's, oh, you're trying to do programming and you're seeing a bunch of code and it's kind of overwhelming, then that's a whole different decision tree we have here. What engine are you using for the game? Never used that before. I'm a C#, C++ guy. I'm trying to become a C++ guy. I have this game engine project over here that's C++. This guy. Oh, that's Unity compiling. I have my own little engine I'm working on here on the side. My side project. But that's meant to be, oops. Oopsie. Broke it. Yeah, there's some weird stuff I'm dealing with there. But yeah. C# is fun, C# is fun. Coding's fun. As long as there's statically typed languages, I'm usually good. I'm usually happy. Yeah, I'll give a better demo of the engine in a second. I just want to, I feel like I'm on the cusp of something. I feel like I'm the cusp. So we're passing these variables now into our shaders, setting those global shader values. Very nice, very good. Let's go back to our lighting model CGNC file. Let's find the usages of this again. Yep, and it's this line right here. We copy it. Now we're going to go back to our volumetric shader. We're going to do this calculation. We have this function here, and that's actually going to work hopefully the way we intended. Now in this function, we're going to do the iteration per fragment. And we're going to do the camera distance calculation, and we're going to do this. We're going to do some fixed step thing. We're going to change this to not be fixed step. We're going to use the depth buffer to change this, but for now we're going to just do the bad thing first, a naive implementation, and then we'll worry about being good later. Oh. 10 iterations may be good. It's IBM Model M, Rashid. I use Kotlin, native Android dev. I'm different. That got me. That was funny. Like the emphasis in the presentation for that, just to have the typo there. that was kind of hilarious. Oh, brother, that was good. We bad now, but we'll be good later. It's okay. We get there definitely, eventually. Very different though. Kotlin is very interesting. I use TypeScript for doing JavaScript things, but someone recommended trying out Kotlin and doing that compilation instead. So we have this iteration. We have our fragment position somehow, some way. Okay, we're going to do this here. Camera distance. We're going to have our world position be float 3. We're going to be doing 0, 0, and then positive in the Z direction times camera distance times I, which is going to be our step distance. In fact, we should just have this float 3 here and call it step distance. So not only is it going to be a direction vector, it's also going to have magnitude onto it. Put some magnitude in that bad boy. That bad boy. And let's say, because it's going to be hopefully world space, it's going to be 0.1, I think. Let's do like 1 meter. We'll start with 1 meter and then go from there. And then times the iteration. So we'll set our camera distance, and then we get this float 3 position now. And then finally, we're going to call this function over here to get the final composite color for that pixel, and then do a compositing later. Okay, let me catch up real quick. Thank you for the thoughts. Changing perspective of coding. Yeah, hopefully that helped out a little bit, man. Plus plus I is quicker than I plus plus for loops. Is it? Wait, what? Also, find that shorter tokens allow the compiler to compile or interpret the file more quickly. Every character takes time to read. Oh yeah, that's definitely a thing. But that's a trade-off we make, right? We trade off verbosity for readability, or compile time for readability, because honestly, I don't think the compilation speed for shaders is that big of a bottleneck for iteration for me, at least currently. Maybe if I had humongous like Uber shaders, that'd be a different story. But I think for me, the clarity of text is far more valuable, or the clarity of intentionality for the text is far more valuable. So you have a result, and then we have to think about how we're going to composite the original color with, because we have this original color. We have to figure out how to composite not only the fog distance, but also the lighting that should be subject to it. Right now, we're going to ignore the fog distance. We're going to be like, hey, how lit should this be? How lit are we going to make this bad boy? And I think it has to be inversely proportional. I don't know. I have to think about this. Maybe inversely proportional. I don't know. A-Sprite. For me, Jetpack Compose, now the official UI framework for Android, is the best UI framework I've ever used. I really love its modifier system. We have GIMP, but I think there are different free softwares for pixel art. Yeah, I use A-Sprite. I use the good old-fashioned A-Sprite, baby. That's how I do all my animations, my game deving, all this kind of stuff. It's beautiful. Easy to animate, generate sprite sheets. If I want to generate normals, I can generate normals from there. Also, what's up, AI man? Or Alman, I'm not sure which one it is. The old value is saved and used in the expression, and then the variable is incremented. With I++, the variable is simply incremented, one or two less instructions. Interesting. I didn't know that. I was kind of scared. I was always kind of scared about playing around with the increment direction, just because I was like, I don't know, in my mind, for whatever reason, I always believe, oh, it's going to increment the value first. So when we go into the loop iteration here, it's not going to be 0 the first iteration. It's going to be 1. which I was like, all right, it's probably going to introduce errors if I do it like that. I was taught to do I++. We can keep doing I++, baby. But if you're saying, I'm going to test this out separately. Actually, you're right. At the end of the day, it's going to be the same. Interesting. Nice to know about that. It's almost always better. Yeah, like it depends on the cost, right? I found the tricks in my programs and taught myself to hand compile code. Are you doing the thing like because this is for GPU transpilation, but I imagine like if this is a common thing for other things, and this is the same thing here, it's kind of cool to do that. Like if you might find this interesting, Rohan, but maybe you're free. You're in C++ land or C land, or maybe assembly land. But the C++ or C# and Unity has this job system that can be burst compiled to native code. And it's pretty cool because Unity has this inspector where it shows you the generated assembly code per architecture platform. So you can see if it's actually doing the things you want to do. Like I know I remember seeing a very cool coworker of mine who's mentored me, taught me a bunch about programming. He was doing like this cool like thing of like actually inspecting the disassembled burst job and seeing are they actually doing the AVX instructions that are appropriate there to get that extra speed boost and whatnot. It's a crazy different world to be in. I want to get into that at some point. .I++ was pre-increment. Yeah, for loops. You learn something new every day, man. You learn something new. You learn every day something new. So we have our step in rate, we have our this, yeah, and then we do the multiplication. So this does world to local. So no, we want to do, okay, this is a weird thing. We're gonna have to do like multiple multiplications, I think, because at the end of the day, this needs to be a world space position. So we're getting our local position first. Oh, we already have our local position. What am I talking about? Because our local position is going to be relative to the camera, which is step distance. So yeah. And then we multiply it to get local to world. That's what we need to do. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Because this is local space, we're converting it to world space, passing that bad boy in there, and now we have the results, and now we have to think about how we're going to do compositing. And we're going to lit things depending on this iteration. So I think final, let's see. We have a thing here called like float stepped, or I don't know, like just call it depth for right now. Equal to 10. Make this equal to depth. Good night. You have a good one, right? Weicho. Yeah, I count the instructions in my programs and taught myself to hand compile code. That's pretty sick. For some reason, I also thought, yep. I've sworn off C++ ever since I designed a macro to imitate the constructors of C++ and C. That's pretty gnarly, dude. I plus is post increment and plus plus I is pre increment, and whether one of them has fewer instructions entirely depends on the compiler optimizations passes by a particular architecture. And this is interesting because I'm curious, because maybe that works like that for CPU, but for the GPU, which is what this is HLSL code that's being compiled for GPU to execute. I wonder if it's doing that optimization at all, and I wonder like how would I even inspect that? Probably have to get some NVIDIA Insight or something. Also, what's up, Jeremiah? Good to see you. I was just reading your book. The book of Jeremiah from the, you get it? Okay, yeah. Good book. Anyways. Oh god, a good point. I didn't look for a GPU. Yeah, that's a thing. That's interesting though. So we have our depth, we have this result, which is, let's document it as well. This is getting I should probably document what I'm returning here, because fundamentally we're having the color and then luminance. So we probably want to store that same data and then increment luminance, and have it all be like divided by the depth. I think that's what we're going to do. I think maybe I should just be able to do this. Have this be float 4 final color. And then we're going to do, we have the result. We're going to do something ugly, because I think we're going to do something more later, but we're going to do plus equals result divided by depth. And then finally, we're going to do, we're not doing the depth texture thing anymore. We're instead going to be doing like, I think a lerp, I think is what the doctor ordered. Depth between original, or lerp between original color, final color dot xyz, and final color dot w. So I believe that component should be, and this is supposed to be a float vector for, yeah. So we're gonna make you be 1. Unless you, what are you returning? Float 4, yeah, your float 4 original color is a float 3. So we're gonna have to do something here. There we go. Monitor in the big 2025? Of course, Neil. Why not? How can we not? How long have you been using Vim? For about like a year or two now. It was kind of my gateway drug into like using only keyboards. I didn't do both. I made it so conversion is lossless. Oh, okay, interesting. So after converting the AST and doing operations, adding, deleting stuff, then converting it back, you get AST structured how it was. Interesting. That is very interesting, actually. Hecker? Hecker? Is he Hecker, Ben? Does he heck? Does he hick? How's the manual labor? This is grueling work, man, but rewarding. What's up, Fish? Good to have you here, fish. We have the fish. There may be many fishes in the ocean, but there's only one fish. Okay, so we do all this. We do the step iterations. And then what happens here? We now introduce this fog color override. And I think life might be actually good if we, and wouldn't know because we still have to get the depth texture and do stuff. But hopefully this just kind of works, maybe? Possibly? Excluding certain edge cases? I'm hoping. Oh, the pink shader of death. Unrecognized identifier V2F. Oh. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh, that hurts. Ah, that hurts. This is painful. This is painful. And this is a problem with having a big thing. A big CGNC file. Not any other thing you might be imagining. The problem of having a large CGNC file with dependencies. You end up having dependencies that are not applicable to what you're doing. So you might end up having to duplicate and copy functions that are not relevant. He's making a game. Yeah, I'm making a game. Hackers are the ones who tinker with their own machines. Yeah, I like what's his face? Richard Stallman's definition of a hacker. It's the same on GLSL ++I increments first, then gets used in the expression, and I++ is first used in the expression and then incremented. And GLSL compiling optimizes both of them. So it doesn't matter what the heck you're doing. I'm gonna show you in a second, all right? I'm gonna show you. I tried doing a thing, didn't work out, didn't pan out. But it's due to things that I know what I need to do. I just don't want to do it, but I'm gonna have to do it. So it's fine, I guess. I don't know. We're gonna have to do something about this. Unrecognized identifier V2F. Yeah, because there's these functions that are not applicable for the screen space shader. It kills me, man. All right, I'm gonna show you what I'm doing here. Okay, we're actually at a decent stopping point, because I'm not stopping point, but a pausing point for this. So I can actually do. I'm sorry. I thought I was the one in control here. Oh. I'm not in control here. I thought I was. I'm not. So I can do this, and I can go over here and do this, but something else is gonna ruin it for me, man. And what's ruining it for me is this symbol. Screwing things up, man. I'll just delete it. Don't need it. Everything that's commented out doesn't need to be there. And then this guy, get rid of it. Compile it. Now it works fine. I'll show you what I'm doing. 2.5D game, pixel art, with a character with 3D lighting. Made our own lighting system. We had this whole mechanic where the player gets to clean up the environment. And it's cool, and now we're trying to do the next cool thing of adding volumetric lighting so that, you know how when the area is foggy and you shoot a laser, you can actually see the entire laser across space? We're trying to do that with every light so that it feels like some areas are foggy and you can see the actual shape of the light sources, not just the results of the light sources. That's what we're trying to do. So that's what we're trying to do. We're doing some weird, wacky things because, like, Unity doesn't have this kind of light source by default. That's not a thing that it has. But by implementing our own lighting pipeline, we can do this kind of thing and add whatever weird, wacky light sources. I want to add one that's like a bitmap image as well, and some other fun, cool stuff that Unity just doesn't have, at least in an easy capacity. But yeah, we ran into an issue. And it's an issue of structuring, not logic. At least not yet logic. We haven't verified that it's a logic skill issue. This is an organizational issue on my part. And I'm going to have to figure out how we're going to deal with that. But, yeah, I think it's going to be pretty simple. It should be fine. Hey, I was scrolling through shorts. Love your setup. I'm out of the loop. Why the screen? What do you think about the size? I think it's perfect. I think modern monitors are too big, dude. I think we have too many pixels. I think we need to go back to this. If you can't work reasonably within a small monitor like this, do you deserve a big monitor? Do you deserve 1080p? That's too much, dude. Heck, do you even deserve 800 by 600? Because I'm using 640 by 480. No, I'm Justin, man. It's just different, you know? I spend my day job coding on like a flat monitor and stuff, and sometimes you want to have something different. And it's actually not bad working on this. I actually pretty enjoy it. Looks eerily like Duke Nukem, kind of, but not quite. 90s, baby. What a time. What a time to be in the 90s. It was a game. Ever since I've seen the light, and now it's more like a puzzle. Which puzzles are games? Are they not? Puzzles are games. It feels like that for me. I've been coding for like 10, 15 years, something like that. Professionally, though, like actually good, I've only been good at somewhat good these past like 3 or 4 years, let's say. That JavaScript, nah, brother. Ain't no JavaScript here. Just some good old HLSO GPU code and some C# for the CPU side of things. That's all you need, man. That's all you need. Actually work. Interpolate a chunk of air within the light and color mix it. Yep, that's exactly it, Jay Looney. That's the way I'm thinking about it. I'm doing a screen space shader. And then within each fragment of that screen space shader, we go implement, go a certain amount of depth, check to see how much it's light, how much if each voxel unit is lit. If it is, we add it to a color composite, and then we do that. And then we add that, use that to mix between the base original frame color or that new color. C# is no good in what sense? In terms of optimizations or usability or what? By Microsoft, so that's right out. Okay, I can see that. So yeah, that's how it generally works. The issue I'm having is just because this CGenC library I have here. The CGenC library I have here bundles all these things together. It assumes. Also, the color change. Hopefully my monitor isn't dying. Don't die on me, dude. I need you, brother. Don't do this to me. You can't do this to me. You can't die on me next. So we have this CGenC file. I'm doing some volumetric lighting. Andres. I'm not gonna explain it yet because I did it a while ago, so we might have to wait a little bit until a significant amount of time has happened, some progress happens, and I go back and show you. Hopefully I can show you soon. If we can figure this out. Can you use? I mean, that's kind of like programming languages aren't really like once you understand the basic syntax of coding and understand some basic stuff of like low-level languages versus Java, like most languages you can learn. The only significant difference is like things like there are functional languages like Haskell or Lisp where they have their own like S syntax. Like for example, there's like S syntax, which is fundamentally very different. But even then, once you get used to it, it's not as crazy as you'd expect it to be. Maybe I should try out one of those functional languages significantly for a project at some point. Yeah, those are very significantly different, but everything else, like it's not that crazy to pick up languages. Is the Go? Yeah, I actually like C. Honestly, when I do C++, I treat it like C, but with operator overloading. That's like the main thing I want to use when I do it. When I use C++. And then there's like static stuff, but I don't use inheritance. I use structs. I mean, that's not really a big difference. C# structs and classes are not that different at all. Actually, they're not different at all, except for just how they default behavior for privacy. But yeah, whatchamacallit. But yeah, like a lot of C like if I'm doing low level stuff, it's usually for fun, and I like just trying to keeping things very simple structurally. Be honest with me, how hard is learning to code? It's a lifetime, dude. It's lifetime. And honestly, it's not even about necessarily hard. That's kind of a subjective thing, right? But it's a function of time, and then the people you know, because there's gonna be people like I was for a long time. I was very stagnant, and I kind of bumped up with some people who were around me who were very knowledgeable. But only when I got a job and had a coworker who was very knowledgeable, and he kind of like was kind of my mentor in a lot of sense. Did my knowledge start peaking up, and it not only just from him, but also just like being exposed to a project and being forced to solve a problem. Just forces you to grow like a way you just never have. So if you have a set of nodes with common attributes, it's specified for sets itself and applied to all. It will be persistent, contextual attributes added to direct ones. That is super sick, dude. I haven't seen that though. Which language should I learn? Learn C. Start with C. I think too many programmers start with dynamically typed languages or languages that are really abstracted away from hardware. And I think it's good to just understand some basic stuff. And I think C is the most fundamental language you can learn. It's no more fundamental than that, right? You learn the basics of how a computer thinks in some fundamental way. You learn about like, hey, there's a thing called a stack and a heap. You know? No artificial complexities due to abstraction. You just deal with structured data. And you have to learn what a pointer is. Like, what is a pointer? What is a reference? What is this stuff? Like, I think even if you're not going to use it long term, having some experience in C is going to be good for you long term. What am I doing? I'm trying to look for something, aren't I? Yes, I am. I'm looking here, and then I'm looking for... I'm going to make a CGNC file. That's what I'm going to do. This is redundant because I already have a CC Lite model. Also, the camera went out. My bad, guys. Start learning. You don't have to interface with assembly to choose your own stack size. You just configure in linker and OS. I love C, but there are clear advantages to memory safety in languages like C#, and clearly advantages in the standard compatibilities. Oh yeah, no. So C# is actually, honestly, I like, as far as legal stuff aside, ownership stuff aside, the actual features C# provides is actually pretty good. I actually enjoy C#. You know, it gives you some general stuff. Like, it makes some general decisions for you, like pass by references for classes versus pass by value for structs, unless you're like box or something. It makes some concrete decisions for you about certain things, and for the most part, it's easy to work with and do most kind of things you want to do. And if you need to do that low-level stuff, there is the unsafe things that you can do. And ways of dealing with the garbage collector, and in ways of interoperating with native C++ code or native just code in general. And, you know, there's quite a lot there that's actually pretty good. Now, if your goal is control of that low level, then yeah, of course. Like, anything at that abstraction level above is going to fail you, right? Like, anything C#, Java, and then above that, like JavaScript, Python, whatever, they're going to fail you. Touch light model functions agency. Yep. And then now we should have that here. And then we're going to add that dependency there. Functions, CGNC, beautiful. And we have a blank CGNC file, beautiful. How to get a job in tech? I don't know, man. Get some connections, learn people, meet people. That's how I got my first tech job. Was I used to go to a local game jam in Orlando when I was like 14, and like going to these game jams, I got to meet so many people who are interesting and cool and smart. And my first job I got in college years later came from a connection I had in there. So connections are really important. And then, of course, study, do your stuff, learn your languages, or learn, get good at a statically typed language. Just start there and start doing something cool with it. What's up, Mahad? What's up, the algorithm? Printf hello world. What's going on? It was my first language. It has many built-in features. It's actually good for newbies. Oh yeah, C# honestly is very good. C#, super duper good. I dig it. And if you're doing C# with Unity, there's also the burst compiler stuff, which gets you at least kind of thinking about native code in some certain scenarios. Not very explicitly, but it's still there, even though things are wrapped within native containers and whatnot. But it's still a thing. It's still a thing. Okay, I'm gonna hate this. Oh, this might be this is gonna kill me, dude. This is gonna freaking kill me, dude. Okay. Because I'm gonna, brother, I don't want to do this. For now, I might just do this dirty, sloppy, grotesque thing of like copying data. They're just copying these functions just so I can use it without having this v2f thing. We're gonna have to do a restructuring of this code base to support. Oh wait, you know what? I just need no, I need this light function. Yeah, we're gonna we still need so many functions. Okay, we're gonna have to copy things. We're just gonna have to copy so many things. It's gonna be disgusting and gross, and I'm gonna hate it. But we're just gonna have to do it for right now, and then I'll do a proper restructuring of this later. Because HLSL behaves like a Unity build in C. When you start learning code, 14, younger, in middle school. So you're making your own Siege and C to avoid importing the whole world, or yeah, I'm making the Siege and C to have this the Siege and C file. So this Siege and C file we're looking at directly contains all the global variables for lighting and everything, because all that stuff is global stuff. So it's nice I can just chuck this Siege and C into a shader for materials, and it just has that. The issue is that this assumes that all these functions are going to have a v2f struct input, but for the stuff we're doing, it doesn't have that, and we can't rely on that for data. So I'm making a separate Siege and C file for the fog stuff that's still going to have the important global data that we need. Yep, all the important data we need. And we're going to copy the functions over, and then we're going to deal with any of the dependency issues related to the v2f stuff, because we're not going to have any v2fs structs in this, since there's no v2f structs that exists for the screen space shader, and frankly any dependencies on that are wrong and should not exist. They should not exist. Here we go. I initially largely self-taught, but that's not an indicator that that's good. I only started learning from people who are way more knowledgeable than me. That may come from school, but that oftentimes just finding the right person, dude. Hello World code is console.writeLine. And what? And that's C#, right? I'm pretty sure it's that. I'm so used to using Unity's debugging console logging functions. I rarely ever use C# independently for anything. On C++ member functions and vtables. Yeah, I don't like that either. How many languages do you know, though? Learning languages is very trivial once you get a certain understanding of syntax. But I don't know, dude. Like, and it's like, when do you say I know, right? Like, I know I use C. I can do stuff in C. Do I feel confident enough to say, hey, I know C? Nah. Same thing with C++. I know C++. I've done non-trivial projects in C++. But like, do I know C++? I don't know, man. I don't use STL or any of that stuff. You know, I haven't really used unique pointers things too frequently, or any of their memory safety stuff. So I don't know, man. What are you coding, Mending? We're coding some volumetric lighting. And right now we're trying to fix some bad things I did. Actually, not bad things I did. I think this actually might be fine. I think this restructuring thing I need to do is actually fine. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. I think we might be fine. Okay, hopefully this is good enough and I can show you what I'm working on. Hopefully this just works and life is happy again and I get to see my wife and kids. And I can finally eat a meal. Is it VS Code? Nah, I'm using Rider. I don't like VS Code. I don't like VS Code at all. If I'm gonna pay for a bloated, or not pay, if I'm gonna use a bloated editor, VS Code isn't bloated necessarily, but there's a lot of delay and slowdowns because of being is it an Electron app? I forgot. Either way, it's JavaScript. I'd rather use an application with a bit more stronger refactoring tools. So I'm using Rider from JetBrains. JetBrains are awesome. Love JetBrains products. And then sometimes I use Vim. Okay, we're getting rid of this. No longer CC light model, now it's just light model. Why are you angry at me? You should be there. My light model functions.agency, there we go. And then this light process fog isn't there for whatever reason, so I don't know why that's the case. Point light process. Okay, let's just find that function and get to it. Here we go, here's a function. Grab this bad boy. Yoink it, go over here. And that should be good. And then we go to the volumetric shader. This error should be gone. And the error is gone. Very nice. And then hopefully I should just be able to run it. And let's make sure there's no duplicates here. I think the CGNC file should be compiling fine. I think we could just send it, dude. I think we could just send it. I worked on C, C++, Java, Python, but I never do good in interviews because I barely remember the syntax. Dude, honestly, I don't think syntax is the biggest thing. I mean, I'm not sure in your experience, right? I will say this though, like in my interviews for jobs, there was times where I didn't even know stuff, dude. But if you can talk and yap really good and you can go on a whiteboard and kind of express what you're thinking, I think that, I mean, if you're dealing with a reasonable employer, that oftentimes might be more important than that hard knowledge. Like, this might sound crazy, but they gave me, in my interview, they gave me an algorithm question about like, hey, what's this, how do you solve this thing, right? And then they ask, oh, what's the time complexity? And I was like, oh, I got that. Hey, what's the space complexity? I was like, hey, I actually don't know what space complexity is. I'm not gonna BS you. Like, what is that exactly? And they're like, oh, and they're cool with that. They explained it to me, and then they asked, like, oh, what's the space complexity? I was like, oh, okay. With this knowledge, I'm guessing it's probably this or that. Like, you'd be surprised how yapping pretty good and being honest and being receptive to new information can smooth over a lot of knowledge gaps. It's pretty sick. Be a programmer in 10 years, and if they ask in the future why, I'll tell them a random dude on YouTube called Cozy Kevin Games inspired me. I'm glad I inspired you. Hopefully this ends with you being very happy and content in whatever work you're doing in programming, and it doesn't end with you I don't know, man, being on the streets in cardboard, being like, I don't know how I ended up here. I just know that I have to blame Cozy Cabin Games. I'm hoping that you don't go through the dark timeline, that you get your interviews, that you ace the stuff, you get the big bogu bucks, the big tech job bucks. Remember when that was the thing? LLC for a reason. All careers are final. No refunds. That's a great one. So we have this here, but I'm not seeing anything substantial of note on this shader. So good thing it's not breaking. Bad thing, I'm not seeing the volumetric. I'm not seeing anything, dude. I'm not seeing any of the things we did happening. So let me just I know. I think I know what's happening. I commented out this line. Okay, guys, moment of truth. Moment of truth. And it's just black. Oh, it's just black. It's just a black screen. It's just a black screen. I'm not seeing anything, dude. Okay. Okay. Let's try. I'd even, brother. Let's try something. Let's actually just debug what the result is, because I'm curious as to the color. Because it's just outputting the final color, right? So like I could just return result. I could very well just return result and see what it gives back to me. And I'm still, it's a lot of black. Okay. Not promising. Will this game be released? Hopefully. I hope they release this game. It's going to be on Steam and all this other stuff. Gonna use that next week. Hey, bet, Ellen. If you make too many CS classes, you'll be able... If you take too many CS classes, you'll be able to prove that you can always make an equivalent exchange between time and space complexity. If you take too many. Yeah, because there's no other weird stuff that muddles that up. How do you search for jobs? Is there a legit platform? I use an agency. There's an agency called Cybercoders I used that helped me get my current job. I'm not sure how it is for where you're at, though, in your neck of the woods. But you can probably find some other agencies like that. There's a bunch. Here in India, they do 3 to 8 rounds of interviews. Jeez, they freaking expect you to be a lead code Einstein, and your understanding of problem means nothing to them if you can't write code. Man, I'm cooked. Is web development more easy than what you're doing right now? That's a weird... I'm not saying that you're weird for asking that question. I'm saying that question itself is very odd to tackle, right? So let's start with my biases, right? I mostly work within real-time systems, games, VR, that kind of thing, right? I rarely do stuff for web. I've done back-end coding, but nothing crazy, just lamp stack stuff, right? Now, what I will say is there's a lot of complexity within web deving. A lot of complexity. Now, how much of that is real complexity versus artificial complexity? That's a very different story. And it depends on the language, because backend you might have more freedom to deal with more tangible stuff, I guess. But like, I don't know, there's a lot of weird stuff in web deving that's kind of just due to like, hey, we defined these protocols weird, and we did this stuff weird, or not even the protocols are wrong, but we just made these legacy decisions and they're stuck, and you have JavaScript to deal with depending on what you're doing, and and then there's like this large abstraction. There's like all this stuff from legacy stuff, because if you're doing web dev, you're probably if you're going to a bigger company, you're probably dealing with legacy stuff, and there's a reason why I don't like dynamically typed languages. But yeah, so there's that whole thing, right? So there's difficulty there for sure, but it's kind of difficulty that emerges from kind of the human element, right? And not necessarily because of the problem space that yourself is tackling. This is like my general perception, right? And maybe there's always exceptions to it. Whereas like the stuff we're kind of doing, or the stuff that we deal with, and like for work or whatever, it's like the problems themselves are real and they're complex and difficult, but there's not much fluff or architectural complexity that emerge from it. A lot of times you're dealing just with how you're going to deal with tackling this particular design problem, or not even design problem, maybe technical problem. Maybe doing some mesh processing, or maybe doing this stuff with volumetric data, or these different types of things, right? So it's a very different kind of problem space you're interacting with there. You know, on the web, it's like not only it's not only artificial, but it's also a significantly wider coverage space because you have to cover mobile oftentimes and desktop and smart TVs and smart fridges and whatever, right? Whereas like the stuff we're doing, a lot of times, I mean, for games is a little bit more difficult because there is a wider coverage of like, hey, maybe I'm trying to target mobile, which I also try to do mobile and all this other stuff, and there's complexity from that. But oftentimes it's much more tied closer to the actual metal of the machine you're dealing with compared to JavaScript land. Would never ask it, but did you miss my last message? I'm just really had to talk about. Actually, I probably did. Actually, let me scroll up real quick. Gone are HTML and CS days in the name of web development. It's way more complex today. Yeah, dude. Honestly, like, it's crazy because even for the Cozy Kevin Games website, I wrote my own like TypeScript, my own little framework because the world needs another framework in TypeScript, and like, it's cool that this works and behaves like responsive, and I can kind of treat it like Unity, but it's like. At the same time, there's something I miss about just having a nice basic website, Y2K style, with HTML, CSS, using tables, no divs, and just having your information just presented there, and just it is what it is. And hey, like old HTML works good. It's reactive. You can view it on any platform you work on. Okay, let me go back up to Merca. And I might be a little bit ignorant about some of this stuff too, so you might have to forgive me. Also, just recently, I thought of an idea of typed nodes edges. You know, like sometimes you'll already know that, sometimes you already know that all edges will have length of maybe just two variants with expected fields. If you already expect it this way, you will hold it in vector. You hold it in a vector of struct and accessing. In processing, it will be super fast. Interesting. Some type of guarantees here and there. That's actually really, because like the thing I'm dealing with too, there's things where there's a lot of node structures. Even though it's a node graph, you can represent it as a node graph. There's nodes with fixed degrees, out degrees, that you can for sure know, and with fixed depth. So the idea of typed edges and nodes is actually really interesting and kind of applicable to what we're dealing with. That's actually really cool. Actually, that's actually pretty sick. Gone are HTML CSS days in the name of web development. Yep. My ass can't be trusted near smart fridges. You can't trust the smart fridges. Even setting up a bundler for web dev to transpile your code and your appropriate targets is honestly, dude, like the amount of, like for me, right? For C#, like, yeah, there is some level of like indirectness, but there's kind of a basic understanding of how this stuff is going to be. You kind of know where things are going to be working in the system, and you can allocate and have some control about, hey, what's going to be native code versus what's going to be garbage collected code and data, and how you deal with it, and the types of references and the ways you're dealing with it, and the heap versus stack allocations and all kind of, like, you still have some understanding of what's happening at the memory level. Whereas like with JavaScript, you're just helpless. Like you're helpless about what actually happens on the low ends, the console or the hardware side. It's completely gone from that. So you have very little control and you're kind of helpless. And then on top of that, there's no typing, so there's no guardrails for invalid field accesses or property accesses or non-existent method access or calls. Like it's just terrible, dude. I remember breaking down and crying one day in high school due to those issues caused by dynamic typing languages. And my mom asked me, hey, what can we do to fix it? Like, how do you need to buy better tools or something? I was like, no, you can't fix this because this is a grave of my own making, and I'm just sad and bad, mom, and life is just not good right now. Okay. Why is this I++ showing that it's not even... Oh, because we don't... No, we use the I value here. Do we replace the I variable at any given point? Oh, there is a pre-existing I value. That's why. Not confusing at all. Nope, this is still showing as not used. That's weird. But ++ does, so maybe there is a different, I don't even know. Old school desktop, does it hurt not hurt your eyes? Nah, you learn to love it, Ellen. You learn to love it. Array overflow. Order 99 crates of milk. My IT journey started with include IOStream, and now I'm crying writing R snippets of data analysis. Awesome though. Yeah, my mom was great. My mom is still fantastic. She's super supportive. She believes in the stuff I do, and you know, she's always been there to kind of correct me. But you know, as far as my coding, like, I would not be as good as I am had my mom not given me the stuff I needed to do, the equipment, the technology, as well as the time and space to do this stuff. Because most parents wouldn't be cool with their kid just being in their room all day, typing away their keyboard. They don't know what they're doing. They think they're just playing games. But she was cool. She was like, she knew that I was writing code and doing stuff, and she played the games I made sometimes when I was in middle school, and so she knew I was doing something. And you know, she encouraged it. She enabled it. It's a lot more than you get from a lot of other people. So W mom. All right, guys, give me a second. I'm gonna take a quick second to like get a drink, use the bathroom. I've been streaming for how long has it been? I've been on for like 4 hours and 51 minutes, dude. That's crazy. All right, we're gonna take a little break, like a little bathroom break, get a little snack, and then we'll see what happens. Either I do a little bit more, or I don't know. We'll see what happens. Until then, though, let me just go back to here now that this is compiling and get rid of this. We can at least look at something kind of cool as I go and do my thing. He's pondering. He's like, why are you not volumetric yet? Why are you not a volume yet? Why have you done this? I love PyCom because you can just like, you just have this compositor dude in the background. 1 second, please. Just stop. Get some help. Steam, just stop, dude. Oh, whatever. All right, be right back. 1 second, guys. I'm your new fan. Thank you, Mending. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you enjoy watching this guy rant about code and yell and rant about his code and coding in general and just typing away this weird machine. All right, be right back, guys. 1 sec.
The algorithm. So, what happening? Just working on a game. Yeah, I wanted to ask him if he's ever worked with Java. I started with Java. Not started, but I did it for high school. Then if he used AWT and swings, nah, nothing very extensive in Java, very baby stuff. But I know like there's some crazy stuff like the Spring library, I think, from Java, which I hear stories about, which is kind of crazy, but haven't actually had the pleasure of trying it. Was Spring Boot, I think? Or Spring Framework? One of the other two. I think it's something like that. Ideas on regressions. I don't even know, man. What do you mean by regressions? In what context? A lightweight Java framework, widely used for building scalable, maintainable enterprise applications. I don't know, man. All right, guys. We've been going for almost 5 hours. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to call it here. I'm a little tired. I don't want to break my sleep schedule because it's currently... By the way, we keep it retro. We have this OG digital watch, baby. The way you got to do it. Using ML. Oh, I am not knowledgeable enough to discuss that, honestly. I probably have to look at it myself. We built 2D games with AWT and swings. Interesting. I didn't know about that. But yeah, I'm going to get some sleep, guys. I don't want to break my sleep schedule. It's 2:25 a.m. currently. So thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, please subscribe. And of course, join the Discord if you want to see it. And hopefully you guys enjoyed, found some knowledge, or just found some camaraderie here in a fellow game developer or programmer. And yeah, until next time, guys, stay cozy. Bye-bye.